What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil Reacts, and I am back for another video. So, we got our May compilation of episodes for Deep in the Game right here, man. We got some heavy hitters on this one. We got Saskatchewan Rough Riders defensive line coach Philip Daniels. We got my man Tebow from the BC Lions. We've got Stephen Dunbar, free agent in the CFL and also the UFL, just in the States in general. We've got the newly acquired quarterback for the Calgary Stampeders, Matthew Schultz. Man, we got a couple members from the Winnipeg Wolfpack women's football team out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And we've got Kev Glock. We got my man Frank Bemmy Jr., Javon Johnson. We've got 8 episodes that they're a little shorter episodes, not used to our usual hour or so episodes we usually get, man. These range from about 25 to 45 minutes long, but hey, these are worth watching, you guys. So if this is your first time to the channel, run over there, subscribe, hit notification bell, all that jazz. We have a Discord. Join the Discord. We got a membership. We got the membership. Click. Join the membership. Click if you want to, man, for exclusive videos and behind the scenes stuff and other little reactions I'm going to be doing along the way. What else we got? We got a Shopify. So if you want to be pre-order for any of the new merch that's going to be dropping here soon, you are more than welcome to. I got some collabs as well that I would love for you guys to check out. We got clothes. We got bucket hats. We got different things with our collabs with other clothing lines out there as well. So that's pretty much it. And this will be out on Monday, but happy Mother's Day. Happy belated Mother's Day to all the great mothers out there. And so without any further ado, let's start the compilation with Coach Philip Daniels. What's good, everybody? It's Coach Phil, and welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. And for my rider folks, man, we've got the big dog in the house, man. He has been a director of player development for the Washington Commanders. He's been an assistant defensive line coach, regular defensive line coach now with the Riders. He's played with my Seahawks. He's played with the Bears. He's played with the football team. And he's a Georgia Bulldog. Now, as y'all know, it's Roll Tide here. But, you know, we're going to let you live, Coach. We're going to let you live. I'm talking about Coach Philip Daniels. Coach, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How long you had that problem, man?
I'm 30 now, so about
Crimson Tide, you know.
Hey, well, shoot, count the rings, Coach. Count the rings.
I got you, man. We coming. I'm like Dion said, we coming.
Hey, I'm not mad at y'all. Hey, Kirby knows how to run a system, man, but I don't know about now if he's lost some pieces, man.
Yeah, I played with Kirby. I played with Will Muschamp, the D coordinator. I also played with Mike Bobo, the offensive coordinator. So I know those guys well. Oh
man, you've been all around, man. Now, Coach Will, he kind of crazy. I'm scared of him. Yeah, I had LeChez Purifoy. He played for him at Florida, man. He told me some stories about that. Man, I'm like, ooh, it's real.
So sometimes you gotta just do your thing to get the most out of them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, man. So, Coach, again, thank you for coming on, man. I want you to start with telling us your story, man. Tell us from the beginning and everything like that, and then we'll get into your time with the Riders.
Or you want me to start from how I started out, high school to college, whatever?
Yeah, man. Share your story with us, man. You ain't just a part of, player personnel and development. You was a baller, man.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna start out with my high school from where I'm from. I'm from Donaldsonville, Georgia. I played high school ball at Seminole County High School. I was a 4-year letterman in football, basketball, and 1 year baseball. I got recruited by the University of Georgia. Of course, I got recruited by everybody, but ended up attending the University of Georgia, where I played football for 4 years, became the team captain my last year there. Had a good career there. Then ended up getting drafted by the Seattle Seahawks in the 4th round in the 96 draft. And still 4 years. Got picked up as a free agent by the Chicago Bears. Played 4 years there, and then got picked up as a free agent by the Washington Commanders, with the Redskins back then, but Commanders now. Got picked up by them and played 7 years with them. So I played 15 years in the NFL. I come from a background, like my childhood was, come from a small community, small like fishing, hunting, whatever the name is, kind of like one of those communities where that go out and outdoors. You like to be outdoors. So I come from that kind of community where I worked in the fields, whether it be watermelons, cantaloupes, peas, okra, whatever it may be. We worked in the fields to earn a living as a youngster, because my mom, she worked 3 jobs. We didn't have a whole lot, but we made it work for her because that's what we had to do. We had to go work. But I come from a blue collar kind of family. We work hard. We go out and do what's necessary to get it done, and that's the same approach I bring to my coaching.
Wow.
Now, as far as player development, after I was done playing, I got done playing in 2010, and in 2012, I think it's 2012, I became the player development guy for Washington. I was there for a year, and then I left, and then 2 years later, I did an internship with Kansas City. Ended up going down there, and Doug Peterson was there, and I was there for them for the training camp. And after the training camp, I went back home, and then Doug Peterson ended up getting the job with the Eagles. He called me on the phone, so he wanted me to be the assistant D-line coach. So I go up, be the assistant D-line coach. We win the Super Bowl the second year that I'm there. And then, then of course I was the assistant coach for 3 years. I was the D-line coach for a year. And then, leaving there, then been coaching high school ball with my son's team, been coaching them, been like a motivational speaker for Toronto, for the Argonauts. Actually, the Grey Cup year, I was up there like 4 times, just giving them speeches and trying to get the guys going, and they ended up winning it. Of course, my son plays for Toronto, so that all came together. So I'm just gonna go through the whole ordeal. I met Corey when he was in Calgary. My son DeVaris played for Calgary when he started out. He was a rookie of the year there, and that's when I met Corey. And me and Corey just kind of kicked it off. When I went down to the NFL Combine with the Eagles, Corey ended up coming to the Combine, and we ended up having lunch together and sitting down and just picking each other's brain. And from that moment, we just stayed in touch, and we pick each other's brain. You know what I'm saying? We're D-line coaches. You know what I'm saying? We try to figure out what we can do better. And so we go back and forth, and he called me up, say, "Hey, I'm playing this big old O-line, man. What can I do?" And I give him advice, stuff like that. And then from that point on, we just stayed friends. And then he was in Toronto, when I went up there, he invited me to come out to practice and everything. And days when I thought I was going to come out to practice, he actually made me coach.
Right.
And then, of course, Dinwiddie, I knew him well from Calgary. And how that came about, me being the motivational speaker for Toronto, is that I spoke with Calgary after we won the Super Bowl. And I guess I did a good job because he wanted me to come talk to his club. Mm-hmm. And I talked to him, and then he just kept inviting me back. And then me and Corey was just close, you know what I'm saying? And so when he got the job with the Rough Riders, he really thought I was going – Corey actually thought Toronto was going to offer me the job, as D-line coach.
Right.
They never came, and he said, "Man, I want you to come here if you want to come." And so I said, "Yeah, I'm coming." So I can't, I've been talking to Corey, and we've been going, hard ever since, man. Ever since I met him, and so it's going to be a good connection. All those coaches there, and that SAS got a great coaching staff, man. Every one of those guys got a good background, come from football, know what they're doing. We actually, we don't you get a lot of staffs that you get guys who think they know it all and everything. We listen to each other. And that's the key to having a good staff. We listen to each other. We pick each other's brain. If we got something good, a good idea, we entertain it. We go into it. We research and look at it, and we get it done. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I like about the staff. There's nobody out there trying to, manhandle nobody or anything like that. We're all about winning. We're all about getting it done. So
that's a ride right there, man. You've had some really good mentors along the way, being around Mike Shanahan, being around Doug Peterson, playing also for Dennis Erickson, even though they give Dennis Erickson a lot of flack when he was in Seattle. And then also you were there when Holmgren's first year, correct?
Yes, I was.
Yep. But see, that's the thing also. Folks always want to focus on in Seattle, we focus so much on that era with the Legion of Boom or the era with Matt Hasselbeck and Sean Alexander. I grew up in the era where when I was coming up, you had a Cortez Kennedy, God rest his soul. You had Walter Jones, you had Michael Sinclair, Chad Brown, Sean Springs, weapons, kind of like the prelude to what we were going to get down the road. But you were around a lot of great, successful people, and even in college as well. Talk to me, and as we had this conversation, I kind of do want to pick. I'm not gonna lie, I do want to pick your brain if that's okay.
That's okay.
As a coach, so when it comes to director of player development, at the year that you were there, what was your role, and what were you trying to do as far as like in the position, your responsibilities? What was that?
Okay, my role there was to continue the education, make sure the guys get back in school,
Right.
Now that was tough because it's hard to force guys to go back to school, but you give them the information they need and you just keep trying to get them to go that direction, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of guys are so focused on football, they want to do that later. You try to push it for them to do it now. That, on game day, I was responsible for like the dress code, those kind of things. I was just a mentor, pretty much, mentor to all the guys. If you want to come in my office and talk about life, family, personal problem, I was there. I was also responsible for when they get in trouble, getting them lawyers and putting lawyers in front of them and make sure they had everything like speeding tickets, anything like that that they felt like they need a lawyer for or anything, man. Like even driving guys down to see counseling and counselors and stuff like that. So I was responsible for a lot of things. If a guy didn't show up for work, I had to go find him. I had to go knock on his door, his apartment or whatever, or his house, and see if he's okay and get him there. So those kind of things I did as a development guy. It was more of pretty much in Washington, it's more of a babysitting job, really, because you really had to be hands-on with the guys and make sure they come to work and be on time and do all the right things and try to get them to do the right things. But it's a tough job when you got, you grown men you're dealing with, and they're gonna have their own way of doing things, and you just got to do the best you can to get them to see it your way.
That's got to be a tough job. I mean, as coaches, we are, and I work in the educational field, so a lot of times you hear, "Oh, we're glorified babysitters," but really, we hear the cliche, we're molding men. We're trying to make young men turn into grown men in that time, especially when they're making millions. But that's a tough role. I can only imagine having to talk to millionaires, sometimes multi-millionaires, to get them to want more for themselves.
That's true, man. I mean, you got these guys, man. Like I say, you grown men that they got their own way of doing things, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying, I'm there to push them to do it the right way and do it the best way I know how. I played 15 years, so it was easy to get guys to listen to me at times, but you always gonna have that one or two that's gonna challenge you and not want to do it the right way. So, but I just think that like that role right there, the development role, is different with each team. I mean, you can talk to another guy on another team, they do it different.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Another team may have a bigger budget. One team may not have a budget. You can't do a whole lot. You can't go out and eat and give them the insurance policies, stuff like that you need to do. So you have to kind of work around that type of stuff with different teams. So I didn't have everything that all the other development people had, but I had to make it work with what I had.
Right. So, you were there in Washington from 2004 to 2010, and also your 2012 year with them as the director of player development. There is one thing I do want to ask, if that's okay. We hear so much about Washington. We heard so much about how Dan Snyder, up in everything with the craziness, the madness. Is a lot of that true, or is there a different story?
I think a lot of it is overblown in a way. Mm-hmm. I do think that some things happen, and that's pretty much in a lot of organizations stuff happens. But I do think some of the stuff that happened in Washington is overblown. Now, I wasn't there when all the craziness started. I ended up leaving after that first year as a development guy. Then after that, everything like hit the fan. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I can only tell you about Dan, the guy I know. The guy I know is a good person. He want to win. He's spending a lot of money on coaches, a lot of money on players to win. But I just feel like sometimes he's just spending money on the wrong coaches, the wrong players. And you got to really do research and make sure you get guys who are family oriented or guys who love the football game, love the game of football. You can't go out and just get anybody to come in and think they're gonna do the right thing for you, because you go out and pay some guys and that's all they want. Football is secondary, to them, it should be behind your family and third behind the man above. Right. But at the same time, it's got to be first when it comes to your livelihood and how you're going to live and what you got to do on that field. So I think you got to love the game in order to play it the way you need to play it. And if you don't love the game, it's not going to work for you. That means you pretty much going to end up stealing money. And that's one of the things that, Dan wanted to win. He wanted to do the right things. But every time he stuck his neck out there and gave a whole lot of money to coaches, I think, or players, I think it backfired on him because he gave it to the wrong ones. Right. And it didn't work out for him. But other than that, as a person, he's a great man. But the stuff that happened in the building, all the stuff that you hear, the emails and stuff that happened with the general manager and stuff like that, all that stuff that happened after I left. But at the same time, there's a lot of stuff going on in that building that I do know about, but I won't talk about it when I was there. But at the same time, it wasn't nothing bad that I heard about Dan until after I left.
I'm going to read off a couple names that I know of because I really don't get to talk a lot about NFL stuff as much as I used to, mainly CFL. So from the coaches you've experienced in the NFL, if you can give one word about them, we'll do a little word association. Dennis Erickson.
Dennis Erickson, just laid back, players coach.
Okay. Mike Holmgren.
Mike Holmgren was like tough, man. Tough love. I mean, he was a good coach, but he had some tough love.
Right. Marty Schotten. You didn't play with Marty, but
I didn't play with him.
You didn't.
I heard a lot about him though, man. He's a good coach though.
Good coach. God rest his soul. Jim, were you there when Jim Zorn was there?
I was.
What was that experience like?
Jim Zorn was, I guess the word I could put best for Jim Zorn was kind of goofy in a way, but he was goofy, but he came to work every day. He did his thing, you know what I'm saying? He was put in a tough spot. He was supposed to be the offensive coordinator, then they made him the head coach.
Right.
I just don't know if he was ready for that yet, you know what I'm saying? But he was put in a tough spot. He had to deal with a lot of things and a lot of players. He had to deal with the Albert Haynesworth situation. That's when he came there that first year. And then Mike Shanahan had to deal with it when he got there. So it's like, but he was put in a tough spot, but he did a pretty good job. You know, he won the first year. The second year went bad, and then he was gone after that. You know, it's sad in this league that you got to win, man, and some teams don't have patience. They don't have patience to give you an opportunity to fix things. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes they give you a bad roster and expect you to go out and win, and that's what happens. So, but I do like Jim Zorn. You know, he was kind of corny and goofy, but he was good. He was a good coach. I liked him a lot.
I love the honesty. Dick Duran.
Dick Duran, man. You talking about a player's coach? That's him, man. Laid back, cool, collective. Just one of those guys. It's fun to play for him, man. He was a guy that we played hard for. We had a good season with him. We kind of I went to the playoffs with him, man. And he's one of those guys that, like I say, every player loves him. I just say if I had to say one word, a couple of words, he's laid back.
Okay. Joe Gibbs.
Joe Gibbs, man, spiritual is the word that comes to mind when I talk about Joe Gibbs. Now, that's a guy right there that believes in faith and believes in winning. I mean, everything he touched wins. Football, NASCAR, it wins because of his faith and this relationship with God. So I just think Coach Gibbs, man, he came in there and we made playoffs a couple of years with him there. That's how fast he fixed that program. You know what I'm saying? I wish he could have stayed longer, but I understand that he had like grandkids and had some things going on with his family. But if I had to say one word that describes him, it's spiritual.
The old ball coach, Steve Spurrier.
Okay, I wasn't with him, but I will say this, man. The things I keep hearing about him is that he's a genius when it comes to coaching, but he's like he take a lot of chances, man. He don't care. He take a lot of chances. I heard so many stories when I got in there how guys would like if they beat a team, he'd give them the whole week off and go play Monday Night Football or something like that. So I heard a lot of stories like that. That was said when I went to visit Washington, man. When I went in there, they said that we played them that year, actually. It was in Chicago. And they played us hard, man. They ran every trick play in the book. And I was like, why are you doing so many trick plays? And so word on the street, and I don't know if it's true or not, so I'm not going to say if it's true or not, but word on the street, they would have beat us in Chicago. They would have had the whole week off, come in on a Saturday or a Sunday and walk through and then play Dallas on Sunday or Monday Night Football. I was like, that is crazy. I heard that. I was like, man, that's wild. But he one of those kind of guys, man, where, I think he knew that was the end of the road for him there. He didn't really care it too much anymore at that point. But that's what was told to me, that they beat us. If they would have beat us, that would have happened. So it was crazy, man. But he's take chances kind of guy.
Yeah. And lastly, from being a player, the great Mike Shanahan.
Mike Shanahan is, what's the best word to describe him? Man. I would say dictator in a way, because he wanted how he wanted, all the time. You know what I'm saying? He tells you how you want it. It got to be how you want it. Because I just remember the time that I was introducing the rookies to the staff. I came back from the annual meeting with the development guys, and I wanted to introduce the people that worked in the building to the rookies because they didn't know who worked, who do what. So I went to them and said, "Hey, man, I want to introduce the rookies to the people that work in the building. I'm gonna start that on Monday because we had to each week we met twice a week with the rookies. You know, I did, and whoever I brought in to speak to them. So he said, "Well, put everything in a booklet, everything that everybody's going to be talking about, and everything. Just put it in a booklet and bring it to me." And I thought to myself, well, I got to do that. They work in our building. We already know what they do. Why would I have to put in a booklet what they're going to talk about when they already know what we talk? What we already know what they're going to talk about. We know what they do. So I go in. I go back to the office. I had to go to all these people now. I had to go back to all these people and say, "Hey, I need you to tell me, write down what you're going to talk about because I got to put it in a booklet and present it to Mike, and just got to do it." And they're like, "Why?" And they kept asking me why. Everybody asked me why. I said, "I don't know, man. Y'all work in the building. We already know what you do." So basically, I did that. I got everybody's stuff, put it in a booklet, had a nice little booklet pamphlet for him. I go in, I hand it to him. He gets it. He just goes through it real fast, scrolls. He don't even read it. He just goes through and flip through the pages, hands it back to me and said, "Good." And I was like, "I just did all that work and you just say good? You just look, you didn't read it. You didn't look at none of it. You just hand it back to me." So that was like extra work I had to do. So I kind of felt like, in a way, that's the kind of guy he was. He was kind of like a dictator. He wanted his way or no way. And that's kind of the word that comes to mind when I think about him. But he's a good coach, you know what I'm saying? Good coach when it comes to putting things together. His son's a good coach. You know, he got a good coaching family. But at the same time, you know, that's the thing that I remember the most about when I was with them, how he handled things. And that comes to mind every time.
I got my own few words, but I ain't gonna say it here.
What's your word? What's your word for him?
I've been around coaches that, in my experience, I get those Mike Shanahan vibes a little bit. And I've never met Mike Shanahan, but I've done my research. One of my favorite coaching quotes that I use with my players is from Mike Shanahan is, "We have a standard. The standard is the standard." And it's a fact. But the vibe, when you've been around other coaches, you kind of can tell, like when you look at like a professional, like, oh, if I ever work with him, I would be able to because I've been around this type of person. I feel like with Shanahan, he's very stern, he's strict, but it has results. And especially, but with his time with Washington, how he handled the RG3 thing, I can't respect that.
I agree with you on that one, man. I thought a lot of things could have been done differently. I've had conversations with guys in that building, people who work in that building when I was there. Everybody didn't love the way he approached things. I'm tell you that now. You know, even when I had to go back and get those people to write out what they were going to talk about, they didn't really like that.
Right.
And so, I talked to like some of the trainers there. I talked to everybody in that building. And there was a lot of those mixed feelings about, you know, the type of guy he was. And a lot of people didn't like the way he do things. So, and then, yeah, you go back to the RG3 thing. And even Kirk Cousins, when he first got there, you know, they drafted both of them at the same time. And I had to talk to Kirk at the symposium. I asked Kirk what he thought about it when they drafted him. And Kirk didn't like it. You know, he said he didn't think that he wanted to come in and play behind RG3, a guy who they going to start, and he didn't have an opportunity. And I had to talk to Kirk about, hey, Kirk, a lot of quarterbacks start on the bench. They start behind somebody, and they all have success. And then he started seeing it how I was telling it to him, and then he became a good quarterback. He's doing really well now. But yeah, a lot of guys didn't like his way of doing things. Like you say, he did get results, but he didn't get results the latter part of his career. You know what I'm saying? I feel like when he was in Denver. Some people could say when Dolphins coordinator left, they didn't have the same success. You know what I'm saying? When he came to Washington, you know, the first year was great with RG3, great first year. Then after that, it went downhill. So I mean, my thing is, I don't know what exactly happened, but I do know that the results just wasn't there late in his career. But at the same time, the people around him had mixed emotions about how he was as a coach and how he was as a person. And so I just kind of, like I just told you, that's the first thing come to mind when you mention his name. That right there. So this, I don't know.
I don't know, but but you know what though, I will say that you've been, like we've mentioned before, man, you were around some great people, some great players, man. But there's one player you mentioned, and there's another player that I'm going to bring up, and I've heard people try to lump them together as the greater of, and I hate to say this, the greater of two evils. Albert Haynesworth and the late great Sean Taylor. Now you did play with Albert Haynesworth, correct?
Yeah, I did.
And how did you guys, first I'll say, was all that stuff true about Albert for him? And how did you guys handle being in the locker room when everything happened with Sean Taylor when he passed?
Okay, let me tackle the first one, Albert. They signed Albert for $100 million. When someone signed you for $100 million, you're supposed to be the guy. You're supposed to be the face of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
When they signed him for $100 million, he came in there, and me and Albert, we had a good relationship. I tried to help him out as much as I could. And then, it's just like sometimes, when you pay somebody that much and they feel like, they invincible. They the man. You can't really tell them what to do. I'm gonna tell you what to do. That's the kind of guy he was. Of course, the thing about it, when someone paid that kind of money, you should never come in out of shape. You're the face of the franchise. You can't come in out of shape. You got to come ready to go, and you got to be ready. You got to come in to be the man. And he didn't do that. I had no problems with him. I played with him. I thought he was one of the best D tackles when he wanted to be. When he wanted to go out and destroy somebody, you couldn't stop him.
Right.
But the thing about it, you got to commit yourself to football all the time. You can't be no outside distractions and all that craziness that goes on outside of football. You got to eliminate that. And so I felt like that if he could have did that, he would have played a long time and he would have dominated the league. But y'all see the clips and stuff out there where he laid on the ground and, he was the first guy I ever seen personally. He was the first guy I ever seen leave in a cart and come back and play in the game. Those kind of things, you know what I'm saying? That stuff happened, you know what I'm saying? So everything you heard about him, it happened. You can't change that. Now, for me, I had no problems with him. He played great. I played next to him. I had great moments next to him, and he would dominate when he wanted to. But at the same time, I felt like Albert shortened his career. And it's a lot of talk out there, like Cooley and all those guys talking about how he just wanted to come in and make the money for the first 13 months and get out and then get cut and go make more money. So I think some of that stuff is a little bit true. There's some truth to it because I think he came out and blasted those guys after they said something on their shows and stuff. So, like I say, a hit dog will holler, right? So my thing is, I just think that there's some truth somewhere out there, some of that stuff. Now, some of the stuff with the road rage stuff, and I've been in the car with him before coming from dinner and things happen. So I can kind of believe some of that stuff. But, for me, I'm not going to sit here and beat him up, beat a dead horse. But at the same time, I think Albert could have had a great career if he just committed himself to going out and doing the things he needed to do to be successful, man. When somebody pay you $100 million, you got to be the man. You got to be the man all the time. You got to dominate all the time. They're not throwing that money at you for you to go out there and come in out of shape or, not show up, for practices and those kind of things. And he did a lot of that stuff. So, but my thing is, man, he could have been one of the best defensive tackles that ever played the game if he committed to it. Right. So he did do that. Now, Sean Taylor, beast, man. Played with him, came in, and early in his career, he got in some trouble. That would pretty much led to a demise because he couldn't have a gun in the house because he was on the four-wheelers and somebody tried to stole his four-wheelers. He confronted them. They say he pulled a gun on him, all this stuff. So that's why he couldn't have a weapon in the house to protect him and his family when those guys broke in. But Sean Taylor as a player, man, I saw him grow. Man. He was one of those guys that you take those first couple of years away that he was getting in trouble and doing those things. He became a beast that right there before he passed away, he became a beast. He became a leader on the team. He had a baby girl at the time that changed his whole life. He had his girl and his baby that changed his life. And so my thing is, man, I saw a guy who committed, a different kind of guy than Albert, a guy that committed. Now I don't know. I think you said that people mentioned them in the same category.
Yeah, they try to
They tried to.
and try to act
It
like
ain't close, man.
yeah,
It ain't close.
no, it's not.
Sean Taylor was committed to going out and being great. He would have been the greatest safety to ever play the game if he didn't get killed.
Right.
So I feel like that was a guy. I watched him. I watched him that last year right before he passed away. I watched him, and I'm looking at him. No, no, I think we played Green Bay. He could have had 6 interceptions that game. It was raining. He covered the field like nobody else, dog. He can cover sideline to sideline. He'll be on one side of the field and end up on the other side just like that. He's one of those guys. He had range, a lot of range. And he come up and blast you. He'll hit you. I don't even know if he could have played today how he hit because he hit hard. Now, he would have been legal. He'll hit legal, but he hit so hard. They were like, they'll throw the flag because he hit him so hard. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of thing would have happened with him today. But he's one of those guys where I saw, like, we went to the locker room after that Green Bay game. He was standing at the locker room door, greeting everybody. Hey, man, it's okay, man. We're going to be all right, man. Tough one right there. Going to be all right. I've never seen him do that before. He became such a leader, man, on the team that, you kind of hate that he couldn't be around to see him grow and prosper in that position, you know what I'm saying? But he would have been the greatest safety to ever play the game. And I'll say that strongly say that because he's one of those guys that I felt like he had the size, he had the height, he had that length. He can come up and press you. He can come up and fill a hole. And I remember him and Brandon Jacobs had some battles, and he didn't back down from nobody. He's one of those type of guys. So, I'll tell you the story, man. I just remember the last time I saw him alive. He was in the locker room. We'll get ready to go play Tampa Bay, and I'm sitting in my locker, and I'm watching him. And in our locker room, we got these columns that you have to. It's like two of them right in the middle of the locker room. You have to go around them to get the way you got to go sometimes. But he was in the locker room. He was shaking everybody's hand. He came by, shook my hand. He said, "Hey, man, go get it, man. I'll see you when you get back. I'll see you when you get back." He made an effort to shake everybody's hand in that locker room. He made an effort to shake everybody. And I'm watching him. I'm like, wow, this dude is shaking everybody's hand. I mean, he ain't missing nobody. It's like game day for him, And so I watched that. And then, of course, he ended up getting killed. And I thought I was the only one that saw that. Randall Godfrey, who played a bunch of years in the league, 13 years in the league, he was on the team with me that year. He was there. That's my friend from Georgia, we close friends, And so I was talking to him one day, and he mentioned that to me. He said, "Phil, I was in the locker room sitting in my locker. I saw him shake everybody." And I said, "Dude, I thought I was the only one to see that." And then he said, "I saw that, man." To me, I felt like, I was talking around, I felt like he was saying goodbye, and it was a spirit in him to shake everybody's hand. That was his goodbye to everybody, really, because that's the last time we saw him alive, you know what I'm saying? Other than the guys that went to the hospital, probably went into the room and saw him laying there. But, of course, he couldn't speak to him. But at the same time, man, that was the last time. That's the story I remember the most about Sean, how much of a leader he became and how great he was just getting people to go out and play hard. And, when you had him behind you as a lineman, you got him behind you as a lineman, you can go and play as hard as you want to because if you get past me, you got to deal with him. That's how it was.
Man, I wish we had more time, man, because I still remember that day like it was yesterday when it happened. But thank you for sharing that. Now, I will say, though, I'm going to date myself a little bit before we wind down. When I think of Albert Hainsworth, I think the signing of him, it reminds me of when they signed Dana Stubblefield. That's
a good comparison.
Had all the talent. Now, Dana, that's a totally different story. I ain't gonna speak on none of his stuff, but with Albert, it's just you had it. You had it all, man. You just squandered it. But that's neither here nor there. So as we wind,
man, I will say this though, I'm happy. I think he was looking for a kidney at one point. I hope he got that, man. And I hope he's healthy, man. I never wish bad on no one, man. I just know that his career could have been better if he just did things differently.
Yeah. So we're gonna have 5 more minutes left, Coach. So I'm going to take these last few minutes just to pick your brain real quick. As a defensive line coach, being with the Riders now, what are some of the things that you preach to your players? And as far as schematic stuff, little schematics, I don't want you to give too much away about what Corey got planned for everybody. But I'm excited to see it this season. What are some of the things that you preach to your defensive linemen, and what are you looking forward to this season for you guys?
Okay, my philosophy, man, is do it right, do it fast, do it physical, rough. You want to say rough riders,
Hey,
and do it all the time, and do that all the time. That's my philosophy. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about alignment, assignment, technique, and then you finish.
right.
The way I coach, physicality is a deal breaker for me. You got to be physical to play for me. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like you got to be physical to play on any professional league.
Right.
If you ain't physical, you ain't gonna last long, and you're gonna get hurt. So you want to be the hammer, not the nail, and that's how I go. And so for me, I'm all about getting guys to start with a good stance.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go from there. Start with your alignment. We go from there. Okay. I'm all about the eyes. You can't play football if you got bad eyes. That means key the guy you need the key to know what you got to do.
Right.
And if we fix their eyes, and we play fast, and we play physical, then we're gonna do some good things on that field. And I think the fans gonna like what we put on the field in front of them. They're gonna like the product that's on the field. And I'm telling the guys right now, don't get on the field and give them something bad. And don't get on the field and embarrass yourself. Go out on that field, man, and try to go make some money, put some money in your pocket, make plays, but do it the right way.
Do you feel like down the line for you, would you ever put yourself in the running to be a head coach in the CFL?
I would love that. I would love to be a GM.
Hey.
I'm real good at personnel. I'm real good at like developing, just finding guys, going out there and finding guys, and and I don't know. I've just been good at that. So my evaluations have been excellent. In the pro level, NFL level, and in the CFL. So I just feel like I would love to be a GM. I would love to be a head coach one day. I would love to do that. Maybe a D coordinator also. All those are in play for me. I just want to go out and be the best me I can be every day, no matter what position I'm in.
As we wind down, Coach, I'm gonna be as brutally honest as I can with you, as I always am, unfortunately, to a fault. The big reason why I wanted you on, man, is because for me as a young coach coming up, I've been in the game over 10 years. A lot of times when I've spoken with other African-American male counterparts that are coaches, a lot of them, it's a crabs in the barrel mentality. And I don't really like that. So I wanted to pick your brain a little bit. Hopefully when I come to town to Regina for a game or something, I love to just sit more with you and just talk, man. I admire coaches like Ryan Phillips, Corey Mays, different coaches throughout the league. And I just wanted to offer that and say, hey, I would love to learn from you if possible.
Oh, no doubt, man. Hey, anytime you're in town, hit me up, man. And I exchange numbers with you and everything. And I love getting on the board with coaches, man. And I love picking everybody's brain. I tell people all the time, you can learn a lot from me. If it's a bum on the street that can give me some good advice, I'm taking it and using it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why you got to talk to everybody. You can't think that you know everything as a coach. When you think that you know everything, that's when you know you're a bad coach. You got to be willing to accept other information from some other people. And I love sitting down helping coaches. And I may learn something from you. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? That's just how it goes.
Hey, my uncle, God rest his soul, he used to always tell me, man, listen to the message, nephew. Don't matter who it comes from. Just did you get the message? So
Exactly.
I appreciate that, and I definitely will exchange numbers. And now I'm gonna tell you, I'm a nuisance. I love to learn, so I'm gonna pick your brain, and especially when you want to become a D coordinator, head coach, man. They better listen to you. You 6'5", 302, man. Hey, you better listen or you're going to get popped in the back of the head.
Well, I just say this, man. I'm good at what I do, man, and I'm all in on when I do something. Sometimes it don't work out with certain situations, and it ain't because of me, being a bad coach or anything like that. It's just because the situation around me just ain't perfect, ain't right. So you know what I'm saying. So I'm gonna go in there, man. You're gonna see a group that plays hard for me, man. I think that when you have something behind your name, you played 15 years, they listen to you, and that's what I get from those guys. If I talk to them on the phone and have a conversation with them or something like that, they listen to me.
Run me through a couple drills now. That'll be a funny video right there, Coach. I got you. Hey, Coach. Hey, thank you so much for hopping on for an episode of Deep in the Game. I really appreciate you, and we'll chop it up again, and we're gonna get something in. I got you.
No problem, man. Appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And roll tide, my brother.
Just go, oh man, go dogs.
That's another episode of Deep in the Game, everybody. We might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Coach, thank you again, man. Till next time, y'all. Everybody take care. What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil. Welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. And we've got Kev Glock, man. He a 4-4, man. He here, man. Kevin Brown, man. Kevin, how you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm blessed, man. How you doing?
Shit, I can't call it. I might spoil it, baby. You never know with me. Hey, man. Appreciate you coming on, man. I know it's busy going on. You getting ready for training camp and all that, man. How's the body feel, man? What you been working on this off season?
Oh, the body feel good, man. In the gym, just working on, everyday thing, arms, back, legs. On the field, doing some speed work, running away from them boys like usual.
You go enter the dunk contest and pull a Blake Griffin jump over 4 people this year, man? What's the deal? What's going on with you?
Dunk contest.
Yeah, man, since you want to hurdle 3 players during the game, man.
Man, they give me a little boost. I ain't jumped that high.
That's a damn lie. From my angle, from my perspective. I thought it was Space Jam for a second.
I ain't jumped that high. Nah. It's just it was a spur of the moment type thing, you know what I'm saying?
Let you tell it. We'll get into that in a minute, man. So you ready to tell your story, man? You ready to get deep in the game, brother?
Let's do it. Let's get deep.
All right, brother. So you were born and raised in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, man. Tell me, man. Now, I had Mike Rose on. He from South Carolina. He from your homestead, man. What was it like growing up in South Carolina? What was your upbringing like?
Growing up in South Carolina, it's a blessing for me. You know what I'm saying? The deep South, Southern boy at his finest. Respectful and everything. Got manners. And then it could get rough out here too, though. So, growing up in my place in South Carolina, I liked it. I love it. Let me see. The food, the seafood, my favorite kind of seafood is all of them, really. Anything I could catch, honestly. I don't really know what to say, though. I just love the scenery. You know what I'm saying? You got history down here. Almost every day I drive past the plantation where my family was, slaved in. Yes, and then, you got downtown where, the first war happened or whatever. You got downtown where the first slaves arrived. But yeah, let me talk about my upbringing now. My upbringing, typical, upbringing, 2-parent household. I got 3 other siblings. I got an older brother who's a chief petty officer in the Navy. I got a sister who works in an accounting firm. And I got a little brother who is in college right now, working 2 jobs. Let's see. Dad is a real hustler. You know what I'm saying? He been working all my life. When I say all my life, I mean all my life. I have never not seen this man working. So I think that's where I get my work ethic from. On the field. I don't know when to give up or stop. Mom, she's the same way. She works all day, like 10-hour shifts or whatever.
Jeez.
Yeah. But smooth family household. Let's see. I mean, that's about it. I don't really got too much to say.
That's fine, man. That's fine. Hey, everybody.
I don't like talking about myself.
You a damn lie, man. Come on now. Everybody like to talk about themselves, man. And some people talk about themselves in third person, but hey, not everybody comes from the struggle. It's okay to not come from the struggle. It's okay to not have some, ESPN 30 for 30 upsetting story, man. Hey, you had a normal life, man. That's great, man. Shit, we all need normalcy.
I mean, we all got struggles.
We do, but I'm saying not like that. You know how dudes be like, I had to get out the mud. I had to eat sand sandwiches and all that. Like, all right, bro. All right.
I mean, yeah, we had to do all that too. I mean, we came up with struggles, but I don't feel like. Do I want to broadcast that though?
Nah. You ain't gotta do all that, fam. Keep it TP. You good, bro. I ain't gonna do you like that, man. Share what you want to share, brother. I ain't gonna press you on it. So
I don't wanna kill the mood.
nah, man. You know I'm gonna bring it back like an 80s slow jam. Don't play with me. So growing up, man, what sports did you play outside? Were you always just football, or did you play other sports, man?
Bro, when I was growing up, I played everything. I played baseball, soccer, football. I ran track. What else? Basketball. Shit, I got an old basketball pick right now. Let's see. I did everything when I was younger, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Who were some of your influences as far as playing sports, man? Even not just football, but just sports in general. Who'd you look to?
Well, growing up, when I was like, elementary, middle school, nobody really. I just had a whole bunch of energy, and I just needed to do stuff to like not get in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just to keep myself busy outside of school. So I just did that, and because I got ADHD, so I'm like wired.
Welcome to
So
the club.
yeah, so I was like, let me do something. So I do dumb stuff when I get bored. Honestly, so I was like, let me go out here, just do some sports. Did that, and then but I didn't get into like following someone or someone being an inspiration to me until like high school, and that was Marshawn Lynch.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's what was it about Marshawn Lynch that caught your eye?
For me, I feel like he's a down to earth man. Like you saw them interviews, you saw how them boys trying to do him. Like I'm just here so I won't get fined. And then like outside of football, down to earth guy. He interacts with any and everybody. He funny. He reminds me of me because because up there they trying to interview me and stuff like that. But like I don't want to do no interviews. I just want to play the football. You know what I'm saying? I just want to play football. I just want to and then get out of there.
Yeah.
But and then he can interact with other people. Yeah, I don't know if he's ever seen like clips of him, but like just goofing around.
Yeah.
Whole bunch of people. He went to like I think England, like the old England.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And right handing out Skittles and playing with them churn or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just a cool guy, and he just seems like a genuine dude. That's it.
Being here from Seattle, man, you get the Marshawn experience. I seen him at a mall. He was doing Starbucks. And it was my real first time seeing like Marshawn. Y'all about the same height, but dude is built like swole. And I'm like,
yeah,
I anybody fucking with Marshawn up in here in Bellevue with this bougie mall. Come on now. Tell us, man, about your high school experience, man. You played high school football, man. What was it like playing your in South Carolina high school football? Because we hear so much about it about the South and how the football's so different down there. What was your high school experience playing football?
Let's see. Where can I start? So Mount Pleasant, you got a lot of rich white folks, right?
Y'all like, hey, it's okay. It's okay.
Like how it is. So you got a bunch of rich white folks, and they got their kids playing, right? And then you got black folks, like some true niggas, true country corn-fed brothers,
right?
So it's a mixture of both on the field. It's not like you go down to Florida or you go down to Georgia, and you got both. You got both of them corn-fed white boys and corn-fed brothers. It ain't gonna be like that. Yeah. Down here, yeah, you got a mixture of both. And there'll be some teams where there's more white folks than there are brothers.
Yeah.
So it's easy to slice and dice through them. But then you got more cornfield brothers than you got the white folks because of the location.
Right.
So it's harder to play them boys. But the competition level it's the same as if you go to Georgia or Florida. I mean, it was nice. For me, I was doing my thing. And then you got players that shouldn't be on the field, but since they mom and dad be giving money to the booster board, they on the field. And everybody you can hear the moms and dads in the stands. Why is little Johnny on the field? Put 13 in. But the experience was nice. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. You got some good memories with guys. You do drum a brotherhood with any football team. I feel like.
Yeah.
But yeah, my experience was nice. I loved it.
My mom, the first time I ever heard that phrase corn-fed is corn. Well, my mama said cornbread-fed white boys or cornbread-fed brothers. There's a difference for folks at home that don't understand what that means. It's there's a difference between cornbread-fed white boys and cornbread-fed, what's us. Cornbread-fed white boys are more fun. Well, you know what I mean. Like they're more fundamental. Their teams focus on the fundamentals. They run the same core plays, and they're gonna run them into the ground, and you ain't gonna be able to stop it. Niggas, we gonna try to embarrass you. We gonna run sweep. We gonna run toss. We gonna throw goal balls and slants. It's very simplistic, but we gonna beat you with our athleticism and speed. And sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, some of the white boys be locking us up. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, you got some white boys that do you in now.
They be, if they press you, if they even move that hand a little bit, they're done. But they sure enough can play their tech well. I ain't gonna lie to you.
They got that footwork, bro.
Right. And the worst part is when they do our celebrations, like they done locked you down. It's so embarrassing when you see, little Johnny. No.
Yeah, they ain't got no. They ain't smooth with it. They so choppy.
Well, they see, how we say, like they say, oh, strap, like seatbelt, buckle up. How did you end up getting to Highland Community College? Was that just would they come talk to you, or was it, hey, I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna show up?
Nah, they came and talked to me. See, what happened was,
oh Lord.
I shouldn't even go to JUCO, but Lord willing. But let me tell you what happened.
Go ahead.
So boom, freshman year, get to high school.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
A and B student. Right.
Oh Lord.
Never would have thought, but hey, A and B student, right? And then football program got this like little meeting or whatever, talking about the core GPA and stuff like that to be eligible to play in college. So me and my mom went, right, and now we sitting there. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to understand what this man's saying. But what I got from it and what she got from it was, don't fail a class. You need to pass. So I said, okay, boom. That's easy. So now I'm chilling. I'm slacking.
Oh my God.
Now I'm getting C's. I'm getting a little bit of D's. And some B's. No A's. I'm chilling. I'm doing the bare minimum.
Just enough to get the GPA.
Just enough to pass. That's what from my recollection, all I got to do is pass, right?
I'm going to get through grade check. That's what I'm finna do.
Right. Come to senior year. Yeah, you're not eligible. What?
That's not funny, but dang.
What? What you mean, bro? You can't pass the class. So I passed the class.
What you mean? What you mean?
You mean like what? So now there's like, you got to go to JUCO route or a prep school. I'm like, I never heard about no prep school, so I'm just gonna go JUCO. So I had a couple schools come by. I had Independence came by and talked to me.
JB?
Independence?
Yeah, Coach JB.
Oh yeah.
Kev, I think you would have KO'd JB. He would have put pause on you. I ain't gonna hold you.
You think so?
You know why? Because I can kind of tell from you. You a jokester in your own way, but you ain't really with the shit. Like you ain't with the bullshit. JB's for the bullshit, and you saw him. He cusses everybody out, and he just said unpleasant.
Speaking of that, that just reminds me of another story. When I was in high school, right?
Yeah,
I was in high school, and I think I was hurt or whatever, but like he wasn't putting me in, right? My running back coach, he wasn't putting me in, and he's like, "I'm gonna put you in. I'm gonna put you in. You know that I'm gonna put you in. Just wait." I'm waiting. It's like, bro, it's like second quarter, about to be halftime, and he tried to put me in. Flat out cursed that man out.
Oh, so you wanted him?
I was like, bro, you're not about to put me in right now. We about to be during halftime. No, put me in next time. Goddamn, boy, curse that man out. Talk about mad. See, back then I had anger issue problems.
You still got anger issue problems, probably.
No, I know how to control it. I know how to manage it now.
You creeping on 30, so yeah, I feel you. I'm the same way. It took a lot for me to pull back on like anger and emotions and the climate that we're in now, but I'll still cuss a motherfucker smooth out.
Nah, cause see when I get going, and I don't know when to stop. So that's why if I'm ever quiet with a straight face, y'all leave me alone.
Oh, I'm one of those. You one of those.
Bomb picking.
Oh, okay. So you one of those. You creep up on if we go kick it and you quiet sitting by yourself, you finna whoop some ass.
If I'm done pissed off, yeah.
What pisses Kevin Brown off?
One little inconvenience. I mean, it don't take a lot to piss me off, because I'm like this genuinely.
Yeah.
So, like, if you really getting under my skin, you doing something. I mean, it ain't really nothing too much to get on my nerve.
See, we'll talk. So you get to Highland Community College, man, and you said Independence tried to come get you, came to look at you, but what was
talk to me?
Yeah.
And then I decided to go to Highland. So I went to Highland. Let me tell you about Highland, though, bro.
Yes, sir.
Highland is a small. I can't say it's small enough of a town.
Right.
So me and my family driving up there, right?
Right.
It's the middle of the night. We got there super late or early. It's dark, right? We got the GPS. We're driving on the main street. Peep you, we didn't even know we was on the main street.
Right.
We looking at the GPS that says you are here. We look around. We ain't see no school. All we see was cornfield. I said, hold on, where we at? I say, oh, we done lost in Kansas at night. We finna die. I immediately thought, there's another cornfield. I'm like, oh, we finna be KO. So we was like, you know what? Let's just try this in the morning. Leave, come back. He was like, Dad, we drove by the school and the school right there. School ain't even that big. And Holland ain't nothing to do in Holland but to party and to get in trouble, honestly. Ain't nothing to do. Ain't nothing to do in Kansas. Or Holland, I would say.
Well, I mean, first of all, if there's a bunch of corn, I'm not going, number one. And number two, my black ass ain't finna be sitting there looking like the Scarecrow. You got me fucked up. Yeah. I'll be in the city before I sit there and do that shit. But
the city is 30 minutes away. And the nearest Walmart or restaurant or whatever, it's like another 15, 20 the other way.
Well, damn, you got at least a corner store, a liquor store, something?
Oh yeah, we had a corner store. We had a little bodega. We had a little bodega.
But I mean, I'm not taking my black ass out there at night though. Like I'm gonna stay my ass. Y'all couldn't even do. Could you do? This was 2017. So yeah, I think DoorDash was DoorDash or Uber Eats. I think. Well, could you do that?
I didn't do none of that.
Oh, okay. From a football perspective, You had 267 rushing yards on 44 attempts, 2 touchdowns. Your longest run was 66 yards, 6.1 yards average carry. What was it like playing for them? And what was the team like, the atmosphere, or just the scheme, or just that year you were there?
Honestly, I love that team. I love the team. I love the people that was a part of the team. You know, you got all kinds of people, as you will know.
Mm-hmm.
That's great brothers. That is
wow.
Then you got white boys that are brothers. This is a whole melting pot. I just love everybody. You know, the way they are, their personality. You know what they bring. You know, to the team. The calamity. That's how you say it.
Yeah. Calamity.
Calamity. Yeah.
Public school. We both got public school education.
Yeah. Hey, bro. I used to stutter, so I can't say certain words anyway.
That's fine. Shit.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the team, even though we won like 4 games, we had a solid team to make it to the Grey Cup. I feel like it was just I just feel like we wasn't clicking, like we wasn't running as a one. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that team, I feel like that team was great to me.
What made you transfer from Highland to University of Incarnate Word? Because I had never heard of it. I think the first time I heard it was because of you when I did your video on the channel, and then I think like a few weeks ago I finally heard about it again, and I was like, well, dang, this is legit. This is legit university. That wasn't bullshit.
Yeah, D1. Yeah, I had other offers. Was just crazy. I had the chance to come back home, but I decided not to because knowing me, I'm gonna get into some trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't do it. So I had a scholarship for Coastal.
Oh shit.
I had a scholarship to. Oh shit. That was some other. I had a scholarship to some other schools, some well-known schools. But what made me go there was Josh Kirkland, Coach Kirkland. He was the running back coach at the time. Mm. And so, let me backtrack. I had a homeboy that was a running back also at Highland.
Right.
And he went to that school and he told the coach about me. And the coach was like, all right, I'm gonna take a look at him. He looked. He said, oh, right. Shit. Let me go see this man. So he came and saw me, and he was like, hey, you know Raquan? Shout out to Raquan Dickens, you know, Glow Boys. He was like, you know Raquan Dickens? I was like, yeah, that's my boy. He's like, well, he told me about you. And I looked at your film. Yeah, all the praise he was trying to give me. I was like, I appreciate that. And he was like, if I saw you, don't bite me in the ass. I was like, all right, I got you. But that's not like how I went in sequence. But the reason why I went there, see, ADHD, I was about to forget.
Oh, good.
The reason why I went there is because he showed the most interest out of all the coaches. And what stood out to me was this is what really got me. His wife was having a baby. Like, she was in the hospital and everything. Or she just had the baby. And instead of him being there, he was with me, trying to get me to sign on. Yeah, he was like, hey, right now my wife is having a baby and I'm here. I said, damn.
He said, fuck that baby. I need to get you signed on paper.
At the time, that was his third boy, so I feel like,
oh, he already been through. He's like, oh, fuck him.
He already been through it, but just the thought, like, man, could have been with his wife and his family, but he with me. So I was like, damn, all right, bet.
I feel it, man.
When them boys say like they love you, they really mean it.
Right.
So that's why I decided to go with them.
You carved a nice little couple seasons out for yourself, man. 2019, you had 720 yards. 2020, 2021, you had 775. And you were about 46 yards away from cracking 1K with 12 touchdowns and up 150. Come on. That's if that ain't improvement, I don't know what is, man. Jesus Christ. That's nice, dude. That's really, really nice, bro. And I ain't just gassing. Very good. I mean, hit 1K, man. You could have hit some incentives under the table. Go ahead. Tell it.
Oh, ain't not much to tell, but boom, listen though. So that school is an aerated school. Them boys like to throw the ball. Aerated, and if you put us, but we had Cameron Ward.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know who that is, go check him out, bro.
What's his name?
Cameron Ward. That man tough. He the truth. He down there. He remind me of Patrick Mahomes. No over exaggerating. None of that. Like, he's smooth with it. My man throwing the ball sideways. Off balance, throwing that thing. And he could put some air on that thing.
Wait, Cameron Ward that went to Wazoo?
That now at Miami?
Black?
From
West Columbia, Texas?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
And he's a junior.
I believe so.
Oh, shit. Like, he legit.
Yeah. Oh, that boy, he the truth. But
oh, right, yeah, it is him because I see it right here on his wiki. Yeah. Oh, my God.
So they love to throw the ball. And, that had like 40-something more yards to go.
Right.
During that game, my nigga was just pulling the ball. I said, nigga, if you don't hand me this shit, just let me get my 40 and you could do whatever.
He said, fuck you. He said, fuck you, nigga. I'm going to get mine. I'm getting to the next school. Fuck you.
Honestly.
I have it on this koofy. I'd be like, you got to see me afterwards, guy, on everything.
Nah, I love that man, though. We had some good times in that backfield. We used to talk so many shit before the snap. Like, when I tell you we used to talk. Like, hey, bro, what you finna do after this? Hey, you remember last week? Yada, yada. Hey.
Y'all wild, man. So, after your time at University of Incarnate Word, what was the next step for you? Did you get any looks as far as like, hey, come to a camp or XFL, USFL, anything at all?
No, I was getting some looks. I did pro day. I should have ran a full 3 and ran a full 4. I had an extra weight on me. That's why I was overweight.
Right.
You know, that Southern food. You know, they put pounds on you. But right. I went to 2 mini rookie camps for the Ravens and the Broncos. And it was funny about that was they was like, both of them was like, we like how you run, you're fast, you're agile, you got good hands, good feet work or whatever. And then my agent was like, yeah, it's your age. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, it was my age. That was the deciding factor. I think at the time I was like 26.
Yeah.
26, 25.
God damn.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, and then they was like, but then they told my agent came back to me. He was like, I'm gonna keep pushing other teams or whatever. I was like, all right, man, cool. And like some months went by, and I was getting no calls. I was getting nothing. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna hang it up.
Right.
I think I'm just gonna hang up the cleats. And then, like almost right after that, Edmonton called me, and it was like, you want to come play football? I was like, shit, yeah, come on.
I had no job. I got no ends, no kids.
3 days later, your boy was on the flight.
With you, when you get to Edmonton and all that, What was your welcome to the CFL moment for you?
Welcome to the CFO moment. Like anything
On the field.
on the field.
AC knocking you out, Jake putting you in a noogie, give you a noogie. Which one?
It was none of that. That was it's moving my shit.
Ches knocking you out?
Who knocked me out?
Ches knock you out?
No.
Or talk crazy to you?
No. Ain't nobody talk crazy to me. Like after I think it was after that first game I played in, they was like, oh, this nigga smooth with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, them boys was buddy.
We gotta see what you bout.
Yeah, they was buddy with me after the first game. They was like, oh shit, he's smooth. All right, nobody touch him.
Right.
I think, well, honestly, I'll say on the field, I try not to get hit crazy. Nah, people do be talking crazy though, but I think that's just football, bro.
Right.
The boys like you slow, you ass, you shit,
Yeah, normal shit.
And I was like, I really don't talk trash. The only time I talk trash is when I get mad. That's when that shit fly.
Right.
But I was like, all right, babe, watch. That's all I do.
Right. So
I'll be like, see me.
So for your guy, I know your guys' season was kind of all over the place in the beginning, but when you got to, after Trey started and everything, what the hell? I gotta ask, what the hell were you thinking against Montreal trying to hurdle 3 people? What was going through your head? And more importantly, you almost stuck the fucking landing. So how the fuck you not stick the fucking landing?
I did stick the landing.
No,
right after.
No bullshit. I call bullshit. You jump. The nigga hit you. I think Bev or Mark hit you. It lifted you up higher. You did come down, and you could have scored. That would have been the greatest play ever.
Bro, let me tell you the scenario though. So I already had knee surgery, right? I already tore my MCL and my patella ligament floor, whatever I say that shit, My patella ligament, I tore that, whatever. So ever since then, I was like, if them boys coming for my leg, I'm jumping. So that's what I did. I saw 1, 2, 3 niggas coming at me. Full head of steam. I said, oh, I'm looking like I'm seeing if I can cut out of this. Hey, I was like, I'm going to jump. So I'm running. I jump. Like you say, I got to lift it up. Boom. Bottom man that hoe. Oh. I was in slow motion in my head. I was like, ooh, land. I landed it. White buddy came over here and tackled me as soon as I was about to take off. And I was like, damn.
Because you landed, you forget. You landed and then you kind of like, it was a landing, like you kind of had to lean back a little bit. If you would have landed straight up, like a little more center of gravity, oh, that hole was gone.
I was too high in the air, but I had to squat with it. No diddy. I had to brace myself. Pause. I had to get down there.
I feel you. I mean,
there was just too much momentum going down.
Hey, no diddy. I mean, that's that, man. Come on, bro. You was wilding out, man. 186 carries for 1,141 yards, 4 touchdowns, which I felt like you could have got more, at least 6 more to crack 10. But
I don't know what it was, though.
I can tell you.
Tell me, what's up? Help me out.
From my perspective, honestly, you guys were trying to be balanced, which was good, instead of trying to throw the ball. And the line is really solid. Your offensive line is very solid. Them dogs is what they are. But I think your OC, man, he was just trying to find the balance and get you guys through. Now, this offseason, but going into training camp, I hope to see that y'all keep that chemistry. You build on it. You got Gino, a healthy Gino. You do got MBT, and you got Trey. You got all these other.
Some work with him. I gotta look at him. I've never seen him.
Yeah. So
told me that man's the truth. So
okay.
Why? I think you what Swerve told me.
Swerve a goddamn lot. No, I'm playing.
He is a lie. You know, you're right. You're right.
I got number love for you, Swerve.
You're right. Swerve, he is a lie. That was that nigga, obituary liar.
Everything. I'm like, yo, all right. You know what? I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be courteous. I gotta be in Edmonton next week, so I don't want everybody coming at me talking about you're not gonna talk about our quarterback like that. Well, shit, Trey should be your fucking quarterback. That's neither here nor there. Kev, man, this has been fun, man. This is crazy, man. Hey, what's the goal? We're gonna end it on this, man. What is the goal? What's your personal goal for this season? What is your personal any certain status you want to get to as far as stats? Or we know the ultimate goal is the Grey Cup in the Wild Wild West. It's going to be challenged, but what is your personal goals?
My personal goal is 1,000 yards again, 1,000 yards, and to beat Brady as the top running back in the CFL.
Ooh. There's a lot of the West has got some studs in the backfield, man. So you my dog. I want to see you hit that. I need you personally, for me, I need you to hit at least 1,200, 1,300, crack 10 TDs.
Yeah, I need to get my TDs up. Yeah, I need to that
because you're the back. You're the feature back. So you go.
But see the touchdown part. Like, to me, if I could put my guys up to score, I'm not too big on scoring. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but like I really don't care for scoring as long as I could get my guys in the position to score. I mean, if I score, great, but I'm not like, no, I need to score.
Right.
I just need to get my guys in position to score, and they're gonna do it.
See, team player right there, Kev.
Yeah, I'm bro.
Kev, hey man, thank you so much for hopping on, man. I really appreciate you. I will see you this season, man. Unfortunately, I wish you could be in Edmonton next week to see me whoop Gino's ass in the one-on-one game. Smoking the city, ladies and gentlemen. I'm finna break my foot off in Gino's ass and have the greatest victory in CFL athletic history.
You gonna see Gino talking like he be balling.
Man, he do nothing but shoot jump shots. I'm gonna make him go to work. So hey, it is where it is, Kev. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you all love, man. And you know we're gonna link up when I get to the city, man.
You know it.
Real nigga activity. So next time, y'all, it's another episode of Deep in the Game. You might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Kev, stay out of damn trouble, man. What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil. Welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. And as you can see, we got the man here, Stephen Dunbar Jr., man. Stephen, how you doing, man?
I'm blessed, man. I can't complain. Can't complain at all. Appreciate you having me, bro.
Hey, glad we could finally make this happen, brother, man. You've been on, you've had a year, man. You've had a lot of ups and downs, man. And I want this to be opportunity for you to set the record straight and tell your side of the story of things, man, because people on Twitter and different types of social medias have tried to say, oh, he's washed, he's done, he's this, he's that. He can't make it in the UFL, he can't make it in the CFL, and I think that's really unfair. So I want you to be able to tell your story, man. Let's start from Grey Cup and moving forward.
Yeah, man. So shit, I got to Hamilton, man. They had the year I got there, they had just signed a veer, and things weren't really looking too good for me, bro. I was pretty much the last guy on the roster. I probably had to work my way up from there. He ended up getting injured, and I got the opportunity to kind of work my way up, ended up starting. Then I got injured, and I kind of got back before he did. But I was when they made the cuts and stuff, I ended up having to be on practice squad for 2 weeks. So I sat on practice squad for 2 weeks, bro. And I mean, if anybody knows about CFL practice squad, it was, you know what I'm saying, terrible. Then we actually lost the first 2 games. Then I got in. First game against Montreal, I had a pretty good game. I scored a touchdown, caught a couple catches. And then from the rest of his history, kind of there in Hamilton, I end up playing the whole year. We go to the Grey Cup and stuff like that. And I mean, during the Grey Cup, man, it was kind of tough, man. Even that whole year in Hamilton, I didn't really feel like my potential was tapped into. I felt like it was a lot of, you know, miscommunication. I feel like on the offensive staff, as far as like what it is that we do well. And yeah, I just didn't feel like me and the coordinator really was on the same page, where I felt like he didn't, I don't know if he had, you know, ties to DeVere or what, but we just didn't see how the eye really. I mean, we never had no beef like that or nothing like that. It wasn't never like no, but it was just like we never really seen eye to eye. And I don't think he really, you know, I don't think he got the ball to me enough for real, to be honest with you. Especially in the Grey Cup. I mean, like the play we ran in the Grey Cup, like that they intercepted that pass on. That wasn't even a play we practiced. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, yeah,
What?
crazy. Yeah, it wasn't a play we practiced, bro.
In overtime, so the one that they got the interception sealed the game.
The tip pick, yeah. Yeah, we didn't practice that play. So it was just like kind of the tail of that year. We definitely should have won the Grey Cup that year. I mean, we had the game the whole time. We watched the game. We had the game the whole time. Came down to the wire and we ended up losing that one. So then next year, I ended up getting a better year. I was on a little rookie contract first, you know what I'm saying? The first year. Next year, I pretty much got a little deal. I think I signed for like 130 or something like that. Get a decent little signing bonus. And I was happy because up until that, like obviously during COVID, I wasn't playing. Had just got cut from Denver. And I was like, shit, wasn't really making no money. So I was like, shit, that was smooth. Got up there. That was a year I became an all-star. It was kind of scary to tell. I mean, me and Tim was splitting the targets a lot. And it was kind of still the same tale. We was kind of confused on, you know what I'm saying, why I wasn't getting the ball more then, you know what I'm saying? And then it was like, all right, cool. We had to do. Made it to the first round of playoffs, and then it was like time for free agency, right? So shit, I'm waiting around free agency. It kind of came kind of fast. Most teams reaching out to me, asking me what I was thinking. Was I open to leaving Hamilton? I mean, shit, Chris Jones even came down to Houston while I was training at, and he kind of, came and checked in over there and everything. Before that, he like something before that, he had came down and I met him there. And yeah, so I finally get a amount from Hamilton, bro. And it's like, I think at the time, like I think Toronto had signed your boy Daniel for like 180. Guys was making like 200. I think Lucky had made like 200 the year before. And my stat lines was better than both of those guys or whatever. And I'm like, I had been there for 2 years. Then they Hamilton ended up lowballing me, bro. Like they did a lowball for like 150, 140, something like that, 155. And I was like, it was down there slapping the face, bro. Like it was like, you know what I'm saying? I'm one of them guys, bro. I felt like I was a hardworking guy. Like I showed up, I ain't really get nobody no problems. Like I pretty much, wasn't so I felt like I deserved at the time. I felt like I deserved way more than it. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of ruined my relationship with Hamilton, man. Like it was just like, damn, y'all come out the gate lowballing me, and then Edmonton came and pretty much shut my free agency situation down. First, and they offered me the 2 year, so 200. And I had 210 the next year, and I had 2 bonuses the first, in January. So basically, long story short, I mean, I go into the season, bro, and I'm still like basically leading the team in every category: catches, touchdowns, and yards. And I'm also like our offense so discombobulated. Our offensive coordinator. I mean, like McAdoo, my guy. Don't get me wrong. Like I don't have no problem with him as a man, but I don't know if he was just. I don't know if offensive coordinating was his thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
Right.
I can't even say it wasn't his thing. I just don't think he really had a plan for us, like with the tools and the weapons that he had on the offense. And also just like for us, the play call and the situational football, we just wasn't really that good. I mean, if you watch the games, you could tell. I mean, we started out on it. You watch the game, you could tell we just calling, say we'll call second and long plays in the red zone. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just something like it was that bad, bro. It was like we'll call plays that we install for different situations,
right,
at the wrong time, or we'll get super one-sided. We can't find a way to run the ball, then we can't find a way to pass the ball. And it became one of that shit for like 8 weeks out the season. And then we finally, make the offensive coordinator change. Also, we dealing with the quarterback situation up there. I'm playing, mind you, I played my 2 years in Hamilton, I played X.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So they signed me, Gino, and they had Dylan. We all played X. You know what I'm saying? We was all playing
What
X.
the fuck?
Yeah. So we all played X, bro. So it was like me and Gino. So we coming in. I'm like, shit, I don't know who gonna play X. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, all right, we already had Dylan, who had a pretty solid season.
Mm-hmm.
And then me and Gino coming off All-Star season shit. Gino was now, down the MOP, or MOP of the East. So we like, shit, who gonna play X? You know what I'm saying? We coming in, we like, I guess, making sense, like, whatever, bro. It just makes sense for them to just give us all a chance to be at Barnes #1 and move us around. Bro, come out, training camp, I'm at Y. Brian, you had never played, never really waggled like that. And then they left D Mitch at X and put Gino at W.
Why?
Bro, that was just the lineup they chose. You know what I'm saying? And they had, and then they had Swerve, which was weird. They had Swerve backing me up at W. I mean at Y. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I guess, okay, well, he gonna back up at Y. We do all wide receiver personnel. Then you put Swerve. So we're like, okay, it makes sense. Move all around, put Swerve in there, drop
But you
Swerve
can't
in
do
there
that you can't do that every drive or every play. Those concepts are going to be different, and everybody going to want to touch. And I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, bro. It didn't make no sense, bro. And it was like you could tell that they was kind of just doing whatever when it came. You know what I'm saying? And not really putting guys in positions to do what they was good at. So, I mean, more of the story is shit. We ended up, Gino's, the playbook was installed. First of all, I could say that we had a hard time memorizing the playbook. Really, as a group, we had a hard time getting the playbook down. And W had a lot of, you know what I'm saying? It was just hard, bro. Like, it was just hard. Like, it was a lot of thinking at that position. And they put Gino there, and Gino that just wasn't his spot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not his game. Like if he's sitting there trying to think about what to line up, protection, doing all the like, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, all right, forget it. We're gonna put Steve at W, because at the time I kind of had got a grasp of the offense. I pretty much knew all the positions. They like put Steve at W, Gino at X, and we put D Mitch at Y. And then that was the lineup. And you like, they never moved me to boundary 1, field 1. They barely like.
Your mic cut out.
My bad.
You're good. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, it took me like 6 weeks or so to really get used to, like, getting the time letter waggling down. Obviously we changed the quarterbacks every other day.
Right. Because y'all went through the whole thing except for Trey.
Bro, we did the whole thing, bro, until Trey got to stop. So obviously dudes, his cadence is different. Their waves different. The way that they call the plays is different. How they read the plays is different. And then it's like, yeah, it was just, bro, it was a struggle, bro. So it was like, it was crazy how, after I got cut, when it was going through this last free agency and they was telling, they released me, I'm like, bro, I was pretty much lining, bro. I'm in the games and my teammates are testing this, bro. I'm literally helping them boys line up, telling them what routes they got. Like, damn, telling the quarterback to, don't forget the centers. Like, I was down there leading the offense, you know what I'm saying? So it was just weird how, you know what I'm saying, when that time came that they went like that, but it made sense, after I thought about it. But backtracking back to that, end up fracturing my ribs, right?
Right.
So I spend right when I fractured my ribs, it was a week down. I think we went right into the bye week. So I'm like, shit, all right, cool. Talk to the doctor, say it's gonna be 3 or 4 weeks. She's like, shit, you really could come back in 3, just depending on how you feel with the pain.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, cool, 3 weeks, I get back right in time and that was around the time we started kind of picking it back up or whatever, kind of giving us a chance to slip in the playoffs. So I'm like, yeah, I'll get back right after the bye week. So shit, get injured or whatever. And then come through the bye week and Chris Jones hit my line, bro. Like, And this was around the time our center Mark had just signed the little contract extension or whatever, right? So everybody thinking, oh, he ain't got paid more money or whatever, but there's no real details about his contract negotiation. So come to find out, they reaching out to guys to take pay cuts because they didn't. Yeah, bro, they reached out to guys to take pay cuts because they didn't got fucked up on the cap. You know what I'm saying? So what they
How
did
do you
was,
not manage the cap right though?
bro, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. So what they do is they call Gene. They asked Gene first. He the most paid. Gotta ask Gene. Gene said no because they ain't had no guarantees into the shit where they was gonna say like, yo, like, you know what I'm saying, like, what's the guarantee when the money that you taking? You talk about you want to put it somewhere else. What's the guarantee on that? They wouldn't provide no type of guarantee on the money that you take and to really help the team. You feel what I'm saying? To help the team, so guys could play. So he said no. Mark ended up saying yes. Being a Canadian guy though, you know what I'm saying. He know he gonna be straight. You know what I'm saying? And he been there for a couple of years. But then they come get around to me, and I'm hurt, right? So come to think about it, bro, around this time, I'm back at the crib. I went back in Texas visiting my kids. I get a call from Chris Jones asking me to take a pay cut, and they gonna put it on my January bonus, my roster bonus, right?
Right.
So I said, okay, let me think about it, right? So of course I'm trying to play, and it's like time where the team kind of need me. You know what I'm saying? So I say, okay, I say, look, this is how we could do it. If y'all put it on the bonus, can we do 2 different bonuses? So y'all make it a signing bonus for the. I didn't want me to take like $10,000 pay cut. And like put the 10 instead of putting the 10 on the bonus, adding it to the roster bonus, we'll put the 10, make it a signing bonus, and whatever the roster bonus is, it is. You know what I'm saying? However that player plays. We can't do that. We can't do that. All right, cool. If y'all can't guarantee me my bread, I can't move on that offer because it don't make sense for me money wise. Because ain't nothing. All this shit right here that y'all have solidified for me is all contingent on me being on the roster. You know what I'm saying? Base salary is all that's contingent on me being on the roster. So I said no. So bam, I'm healthy as hell. Like by the time I get back for the bye week, I'm working out. I'm training, bro. Like I'm just training. I'm on the field doing routes. I'm in the weight room lifting. I asked the strength coach to hit me with a workout. Like, can I get on some type of routine since I can't play? Like, in case we make it to the playoffs, like, I'll be ready. You know what I'm saying? Is there a way that we can, put me on a regimen? Never got back to me, bro. I'm basically just there. Like, I'm working out on my own, bro. And this mind you, bro, like, I'm like one of the guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm one of the guys on the team, bro. Like, and it was like, yeah, niggas put me on a back burner like that, bro. I went out the whole rest of the season. I was out for the rest of the season, bro, for an injury that was not season ending. And then come free agency, come around free agency again. I got another year on my contract, obviously, right? Bro, a week before, what's crazy about that too, when it was asking me to take that bonus, I get a call from G-Roy, because Chris Jones didn't call me no more after I was like, I don't know. Get a call from G-Roy. G-Roy keep in my face, like, so what you thinking? Like, he ain't even like, man, I apologize for how this shit played. You know what I'm saying? I know this shit kind of professional, whatever. Like, he ain't even trying to, like, butter a nigga up or nothing. He just, yo, I see how this played out. You know what I'm saying? But what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do? What you thinking? And I told him exactly what I told them. Like, bro, if you can't guarantee my money, then I don't want to do it. Bro, I ain't hear back from him, bro. I ain't hear back from him. And you know what's crazy what he said, bro? He said, well, what you think, we gonna cut you? That's exactly his words, bro, to me on the phone. Yeah, he said, what you think, you gonna cut you? I was like, bro, it ain't even none of that. Like, it ain't personal at all. Like, it just don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? It was like that. So they played it like that. So then, yeah, fast forward, January, right? I ain't gonna lie, it's probably January. I think I got the bonus on January 15th. It had to be like January 7th, January 8th when I got cut. 1 week before they owe me my bread.
63K.
Yeah, owe me my bread, bro. I had 65, 63K, something like that. They owe me my bread, bro. And 1 week, this nigga G-War calls me and was like, yeah, we decided to release you so that you can get into free agency early. Like, mind you, this the same dude was just telling me, what you think we gonna cut you? So I'm like, I ain't even say nothing to do because it's already obvious what they doing. So I said, all right. But yeah, so that's how they played me, bro. It was like, instead of them, coming to me and trying to say, oh, we can renegotiate your contract or, we can't afford it. But it's like, bro, it was no way when they signed me, Gino, and Swerve, it was no way they knew they couldn't pay us. He even told me on the phone, bro, that I knew we was gonna be tight on the cap, but I figured I didn't think we was gonna be 0-8. I thought we was gonna have it. Basically, he thought we was gonna be able to get away with the shit type shit. Yeah. And then when I got cut, then after the season, the exit meetings and shit like that, never addressed it, bro. Never addressed it to this day. Never addressed it. You know what I'm saying? But I tell guys all the time, man, like Chris Jones, G-Roy, bro, you gotta be careful with guys like that because they don't have no business respect. You know what I'm saying? Like they just think it's like I'm gonna tell a guy what he want to hear. I'm gonna tell a guy what he want to hear. I'm gonna tell a guy how he feel. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to appease to his. You know what I'm saying? And I think they knew where I was gonna jump at, so he threw the 200 out there. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, y'all didn't even have to do the second year. But I didn't. But then I signed with Kenny, who was my agent at first, and he put me on game. It's like they signed you to those 2 years, and it's almost like the 1 year is down to like a let's see how it go kind of thing. And then you know what I'm saying, it don't work out. They put the second year on a contingency basis. So they're really not locked in on to paying you. You know what I'm saying?
It's not a first year's a guarantee and the second year is a contingent on like more like a non-guarantee.
Yeah, but it's like they put it in there like you get paid $400,000 some dollars, but then they really don't have that money to spend that second year, bro. So it's like they spending money they don't have. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just got cut. And it's like to people, it looks like, oh, this nigga can't stick. Like he can't like it's like, nah, bro. Like if you ask anybody on that team, like I don't know who's playing better than me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a matter of talent. It wasn't a matter of like, me being a professional. It was just a matter of like me being in an organization where people was just incompetent, bro, and they playing with money. And then it's like when you see that whole spill with them having to figure out like, it was cutting employees, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they were up there cutting people in the front in the offices and all that. Bro, they had to fire people in the offices. Like, yeah, it was a shit show over there, bro. They could like they right now in a place right now where they have to hire private ownership on that team, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it like to me, it's like, oh, he getting cut, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like they do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like like Swerve, for instance, they saying, okay, Swerve, when they brought Swerve in, yeah, you're gonna be able to. Yeah, you ain't see Swerve. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was saying like you look back and see like how they got Swerve. Like, yeah, we're gonna let you return and play receiver and it's like that. Swerve might have got what 3 returns last year.
So basically, long story short, you're saying they make promises and then there's no follow through on it.
There's no follow through. And then they slapped Swerve in the face again this year and signed the elite guy. It was like, why y'all paying this guy all this money when y'all got a top tier returner in the league already? But it's like, you know what I'm saying? Well, it don't make sense. Well, it just don't make sense how they do things, bro. I think they just doing shit and they're not thinking about, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That was that, bro. And it was just like it was real fugazi how they had did me, bro. And it was crazy. And I think that was just really after dealing with what I had to deal with Tommy and just like feeling like it was some weird energy going on in Hamilton as far as like allowing me to expand as a player. And it was just like, it was weird to me how in certain situations, I just didn't feel like I was targeted enough. And then they turned around and did, lowball me as if I didn't bring no value to that team.
Right.
And then it was like I turned around and do this in Edmonton. And I'm just like, the CFL as a whole, I just feel like it's hard to find it's hard to find a home in Canada, bro, because especially for American guys, bro, because it's just like you're dealing with that every year. No matter what success you have as a player, you still have to turn around and people act like you ain't did what you did. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you see guys that continuously, being underpaid and undervalued in that league because they thrive off guys not really. They thrive off guys, like knowing guys that don't really have other options. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, we're paying some bullshit because what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying?
So this is what I'm taking from it. Okay. So you're saying they'll, as an American, unless you a quarterback, pretty much, you're fucked.
Pretty much. And they'll pay you because you'll come out and you're a ball. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a ball. And you're gonna get you one contract, you know what I'm saying? But unless you got a good agent who understand how the CFL play games, you know what I'm saying? Like some guys in their contract, they're gonna get them 2 years because they understand. And it's probably because of Wade's team have done guys like they did me, you know what I'm saying? Cutting me right before I get my bonuses and stuff like that. So guys are getting more hip to like, nah, like this gotta be a bonus. You know what I'm saying? Like this gotta be certain verbiage in the contracts to make sure that you getting your paper. And it's like now the contracts are becoming more lucrative to guys. So they're making more money and stuff like that. But it's just like far as putting contracts together and stuff like that, it's hard to you don't really see that in the CFL like that. You don't really see that like that because, you know what I'm saying, unless you got an organization who can be loyal to you. But like what organizations are really doing that for guys outside of like Winnipeg, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
BC. But you see in Winnipeg why they having so much success is because they know how to take care of their guys.
Right.
Other teams not doing that, bro. Other teams not doing it.
So I don't want to, personally and honestly, you've been honest with me and I respect that. But on this question, I'm going to ask you, I don't want a politically correct answer. I know you're not going to do that, are you?
No, I got you.
All right.
Let me.
Do you feel like the business structure of the CFL is fucked up?
100%. 100%. It's not players first. Anytime you have a sports organization that doesn't put the players first, it's an explanation of why it's so stagnant. It is not hasn't grown. It's just been the same. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like that by accident. Like all these people who own these companies, that own these teams, they're businessmen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're businessmen and they understand what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like they understand where their real money come from. And they understand their leverage points. You know what I'm saying? Like if we keep guys, we keep the brand, the team brand ahead of the guys, it removes real leverage from the guys. Right. But now it's like you're starting to see more of like them trying to display the players and push the players more now because they're starting to understand that's how you sell tickets. But at the same time, that's why you see like the strike and all that stuff that was happening with 21. They wasn't really moving.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because like the players don't really have no leverage. What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna go home? You get a job?
No. But I'll say this though, to add on to it and kind of first this question. Are you done with the CFL?
Bro, that's hard. That's a hard question. Because like I said, bro, I'm 28. And that's like I could go into the UFL too. That's a whole nother, you know what I'm saying, situation over there. But shit, might as well say I come out training camp, I could tell like I just was a body, right? So the guy who was the head coach over there, he got a general manager, but he pretty much putting the roster together, right? So he coached in the UFL last year with the Houston team, right? So basically what he did when he structured the roster, he wanted to have Yeah.
Yep. Good.
So mind you, the whole time we was there, I just want to put this out. The whole time we was there, he never dropped the depth chart for the receivers. Even during, like right now, I guarantee you right now in their receiver, they don't have a depth chart. Like there's no depth chart, right? So we not knowing what we at. We just rotating in throughout the season. Bro, I am having the best training camp I ever had in my life, bro. When I was in the UFL, bro. Like I had the best training camp I had in my life, bro. Arguably right now, I'm pretty sure you ask guys on the team, I was the best receiver on the team, bro.
Right.
I was the most consistent best receiver on the team. But I kind of was feeling, I'm like, something ain't right. Like this ain't about that. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't about like who performing the best. You know what I'm saying? Like first team got cut, it was some players that reached out to me when I got cut and was telling me like, yeah, like CJ cut me and he was telling me like I perform. He was telling them dudes like I'm cutting you, and you was playing better than guys that I'm keeping. So it was that type of situation, right? So long story short, like I go out first week, bro. I'm like I said, bro, I'm having the best training camp of my life going into week 1. Like everybody on the team thinking like I'm the starting next. Quarterbacks included, starting quarterback included. At least I'm playing, right? So the guy that they ended up playing over me, they said it was between me and him. Like 2 days before we travel, man, we and one of the assistant kind of coaches kind of get into it, but not really get into it, bro. It was like over some walkthrough shit where he wanted me to be an extra walkthrough guy, but I'm like, it's too many people out there. And then me and him go back and forth. He tried to throw in my face like he was standing on the table for me or whatever. And to this day, he said he had no issue with me. He would never do nothing like that. But it was just so coincidentally, like the next day, that whole practice, I'm rotating, I'm getting reps, I'm doing the game plan. The next practice, bro, I ain't getting no reps. I'm doing special teams. The head coach coming telling me that I'm inactive the next day. And he had just previously told the other guy that he was inactive. So it was that type of flugated shit going on, bro. So they hold me, bro. The whole team, it wasn't just like one of them things where I'm like, I'm in my head and I'm just telling everybody, like, yeah, bro, they fucking owed me. Like, nah, bro. It was like everybody on the team like hit me up, like, yo, what's good? Like, why you ain't playing, bro? Like, when you coming back? Like, it's niggas the next week, like after we lost, like first 2 weeks, bro. Next week, they like, yo, when you coming back? Like, when you playing? What's good, bro? Why you not playing? You're like, multiple people, bro, offense and defense. Following week, bro, I'm playing all the special teams shit. End up straining my groin, like a little slight strain in my groin. So I'm inactive again the next week. So I bust my ass. I'm back. Week 3, I'm up. But so happened the guy that he was starting at Zeke, but he conflicted. Mind you, he conflicted because the lineup that he wants and the lineup that's performing is not the same, bro. It's not like the guys that he want to play. Not saying that those guys are bad players or anything like that, but they hadn't just came on yet. You know what I'm saying? Like his objective is not to play the best guys. Obviously, his objective is to give guys the exposure that he wants to get the exposure and get the reps in the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's obvious that he has his objective to get who he wants back into the NFL or put them in front of the NFL guys. You know what I'm saying? It was obvious, you know what I'm saying? So whatever. It was like, so this type of shit he would do is like, we get out to the game. Throughout the week of practice, me and the dude splitting the reps down at 1-1. Like we going back forward. Like it's even. We get to the game. Right before the game, he establishes how the rotation gonna go. Like we literally warming up for the game. And bro, like, yeah, he gonna get 2, and Steve, you gonna get 1. Offensive series, right? Mind you, everybody in UFL, if you watch the UFL game, bro, it's new players out there every damn
play.
Every other down, bro. Because they understand the concept, bro. They're not doing that. And why I don't understand. It's only 10 weeks, bro. You know why these guys are here. You know what I'm saying? The whole brand behind leagues keep the dream alive. Why are you not rotating guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was whatever. But so I'm like, all right, cool. I just got back off an injury. I'm seeing how it's playing. He got his people that he's trying to push or whatever. And it is what it is. So I'm like, all right, I keep my 1 series, right? We come, he do his 2 series, bro. He get 1 catch, whatever. I come in, I get my 1 series, bro. I get a 4th down catch off top of nigga head. Going crazy. Got out. I had a little play where he kind of got picked. I had 1 bad play that I would say that I want back. But other than that, I mean, the PPF people graded me the highest offensive skill position player after the game. I probably got like 15 plays, bro. Not even 15. Bro. 15 is a stretch. Like I probably got 10, 12 in the whole game. So what happened was how this shit went down. That was my one series, which ended in a pick, by the way. We go in. He get his 2 series again. Now it's the second half.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on kickoff return, so I'm still on the field. I stay on the field because obviously it's my series, right? So I run one play. Dude, I look on the sideline, dude jogging back in the game. So I'm like, that's weird. So I jog off. I'm like, damn. I ain't telling him nothing. He just wait, and it's like he not even telling me like, just be cool. Like I'm gonna let him get a burn. He ain't saying nothing to me. He just waved me out the field. You know what I'm saying? I telling him come get me off the field. So I ain't say nothing. I'm really getting hot. So I walk all the way down to the opposite end of the field, cool off. I come back. Then another series come by off in the series. Never call me in the game. I'm like, all right. Then another series come. No, I actually go on kick return again. I'm about to jog. I'm jogging close to the sideline. I'm asking, like, you gonna let me play? Or you want Kiki to come in? Bro, wave me off the field again. So I'm like confused because I made some plays. I was making some plays when I was in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn, like I was kind of having a little emotion. Like, why would you want me to get in the game? Whatever quarterback looking for me, bro. They put me in the game. So then I walk up to him. At this point, I'm livid. And I asked him, like, did I do something wrong? Type shit. Like out of frustration, obviously. And then I kind of like check him on the shit, like, did I do something wrong? And then he like, yeah, we trying to figure something out. I'm like, what you trying to figure out? Like, cause this shit don't make no sense. Like, what is he doing out there that you taking me out the game? It's almost like you feel like this man that much better than me, but you can't put me into the game. It's like, bro, what's the point? Like I come here and work every day. You know what I'm saying? Kind of was my energy or whatever. And I guess he felt played. And yeah, so he threw me in the game a few more times. He let it die off. You know, they be mic'd up and stuff throughout the game. And yeah, next morning I come in, bro, and everything's smooth. I go to treatment, get my little morning stretch in, have my coffee, special team meeting. Dude mentioned me in the team meeting too. He's like, yeah, we gotta make more plays on offense, man. Steve and Kiki and E-Man, he was talking about like some of the tall receivers. He mentioned me in the team meeting, bro. Mind you. We go to the offensive meeting. They put the whole offense together because at this point we hadn't lost 3 games in a row. So now he's like, yeah, some things gonna change. We're gonna simplify the playbook. He giving the whole spiel. I'm sitting in the meeting, and he Steve, come here. I'm like, all right. And I'm already kind of getting the energy of what it is, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I walk in there. Right. Dude say, yeah, we're gonna have to bring another quarterback in. We need your roster spot. And I really don't want to do it, but you know what I'm saying? So it was that. And then he was like, yeah, we're gonna have to let you go. But I'm already knowing what it was, but he ain't never even say like, I didn't appreciate how you checked me on that, and that's why we cutting you. He like, yeah. But I've been there before, bro. I know you're not gonna really tell you what it is, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna tell you what it is. But then what pissed me off is he turned around and going to the receiver meeting. It was just, you know, rapping at them, you know, gossiping at them, talking about if I would apologize to him, that he would have never released me, kind of shit.
Oh, fuck you know that. Oh, fuck all that. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Nigga, I ain't finna sit there and fucking apologize to you now. If you would have been, I stood on business, like, hey, this is the reason why. I'm like, all right, hey, I apologize for what I did, blah, blah, blah. Fuck that.
Bro, literally. And that's how I felt about it, bro. And it was like, in it too? And I was like, bro, you ain't even address it. Or I'm not even thinking, I feel like I'm right. I feel like I feel like my frustration was justifiable. So it's like, at the end of the day, you ain't even give me a chance, bro. You cut me before we had meetings and shit, bro. You ain't never let me go to practice. You ain't let me come pass by your office. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't even let it marinate in your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, you spent one night thinking about this one plane ride one night, and you come and emotionally cut me like that. But it was
and they gonna talk shit about me gossiping it. No, fuck you, nigga.
Type shit. And that's just what it was, bro. So I pretty much, yeah, bro. So that's where I'm at right now, bro. Like, I was just like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This shit crazy, bro. The football shit crazy, bro. And it's like you said, the fans and shit, they be thinking like it has to do with talent and all that, bro. It's nothing to do with that. Like I said, bro, like I was graded the highest offensive player in the game, and I didn't even play that many reps. You know what I'm saying? Like
that says a whole lot.
through the span of the time I was on that team, bro, I hadn't risen to the top of that roster, bro. You could ask anybody who was on the roster, anybody who's, cause I'm not even just saying that shit. Like, you ever come across anybody, bro, that played with the Road next one out in that bitch, bro, they gonna tell you like what it is, bro. Like any nigga, even in Edmonton, even in Hamilton, like ask him. Like this business, bro, is not, the best players are not playing. Like, the best players are not playing in the NFL. The best players are not playing in the CFL, bro. It's the guys who got liked by the right guys, bro. People who coaching are the guys who got liked by the right guys. It's not the best coaches, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
It's who you. It's a who you know business, bro. And don't get me wrong, like it's the margin of error in certain leagues is smaller. Like, obviously, they know in the UFL, like I could cut a guy out of emotion because I know it's another guy sitting there waiting to get his job, and it's not going to be a much of a drop off because the margin of error is small.
Right.
But it's not like, that's one thing that I like. As I would advise younger guys is to learn the art of that shit, bro. Learn the art of, you know what I'm saying? A lot of guys, like, I was one of them guys, bro, like, I ain't politicking, I ain't doing all that shit. But it's like, bro, if you want to do this shit, if you really want to play football for a long time, bro, you gotta play that game, bro. You have to. That's how you gonna keep a job. That's how you have to be in that game. You have to play that game off the field.
You gotta be diplomatic.
You have to, bro. You can't piss off. And that's the only thing that I would say I regret. I already knew, because I kind of peeped how he was moving. And I peeped the type of person the dude was. Talk about the UFL. Like, I peeped how he was. I peeped how emotional he was. I peeped how he moved and how he do stand, his ego. Like, I seen that. My bad, bro. I should keep connecting to my other speaker in the house. But
it's all good, man. I'll edit it.
Yeah, I'm knowing how he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm peeping him, and I'm not thinking on that wavelength at the time. Like, man, let me play this game. Let me make sure that I keep my situation, because I was good. I'm in Dallas. I'm getting good checks. I'm in a good position. I know for a fact, all I got to do is get out there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the right person to see me. So it was like, in that aspect, that's the only thing that I regret, is the fact that I did not even regret. What I could learn from that experience as I move forward in my life is to be understanding of who don't bite the hand that feeds you, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter if you right, wrong, or indifferent, wait till the right time. You know what I'm saying? Right. Timing is everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, making sure. So it's like that aspect of everything. You know what I'm saying? Even in Edmonton. You know what I'm saying? I just doing my own thing, bro. I never like, I've been that type of loner guy. Like, that's just how I function, bro. That's just who I am. But even in that space, you know what I'm saying? That's really when they go talk to Chris Jones. Got the chance to cop it over G-Roy a couple of times, but G-Roy just he damn near a Chris Jones puppet. You know what I'm saying? So it don't even matter how he feel. Like, he ain't standing on nothing about how he feel. He gonna say and do shit that keep him a job with, you know what I'm saying? And he know Chris Jones his you know, go keep him paid kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
So it's on that. And he trying to, you know what I'm saying? Them dudes fraudulent, bro. I don't really want to get into them, but they, you know what I'm saying? I be telling college I played with, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I be telling Gino, I'm like, bro, don't sit here and eat up shit that Chris Jones telling you, and you know what I'm saying? G-Roy telling you, tell us over the same thing, bro. Because you know what I'm saying? Like, them dudes ain't real. I done had conversations. A lot of them, they ain't speak highly of, you know what I'm saying? They ain't speak highly of certain niggas. You know what I'm saying? But they're in your face. They're them type of people, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's a dirty game, bro. Like, the football game is a dirty game, bro. And in the CFL, to be honest, bro, if it don't provide a lot of opportunity, bro, and not enough, bro, to me. An opportunity, not even just in a football realm of you. I'm talking, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, like, the CFL don't really provide an opportunity, bro, for people to get ahead in life. Not even just in the football world. We're not saying like niggas trying to get back to the league and all that, because obviously it's and it's the talent. The talent is there, bro.
Right.
I went and played the UFL, bro. I guarantee you, I could have pulled at least 10 guys from my team from Edmonton that would have started over all them guys that was on. Like I could have pulled 10 guys that would have played ahead of those guys. Like it was guys that I played with in the CFL that were better players than these guys that I lined up with in the UFL who was fresh out of the NFL. Like that, it's not a matter of people be thinking like making it and not making it is a matter of talent. It's not. It's a matter of opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And being in the right position and having the right person vouching for you in them runs that you're not in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People standing on a table for you when it's time for you to get the ball, when it's time for you to be in position to make a play or make a tackle or make a pick. You got to be put in position for those plays. And the people that when or in those positions to do that are sometimes incompetent, bro. They're not even thinking about who's the better player. They're thinking about shit. I like this guy.
Right.
Like I want him to succeed. Like, you know what I'm saying? And ain't nothing wrong with it when you want the good side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, man, I just want the best for you, man, because you are a hell of a talent. And that was the point of having you on this episode, man. Say your piece, man. And motherfuckers were talking shit about you and saying how, he couldn't even make it in the UFL and now he couldn't make it in the CFL. I don't believe that. I think that when the right opportunity comes for you, man, you're gonna shine and because you put up 1K, you can do it. You have the ability. And I appreciate you hopping on, man, and chopping it up with me, man. And whatever I can do, man, I was going to react to you. Funny thing is, I was going to react to your highlights the day you got released. And I was like, nah, that'd be in poor taste. I reached out to you and I was like, whenever you want to come on. And we got it done, man. So, hey, thank you, brother. I really appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that too, man. I appreciate that too. And man, continue to keep using your platform to do what you're doing, bro. It's dope. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you having me on, and you know what I'm saying, anything, any other time, whatever, you know what I'm saying, I'm here for it, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. So that's been another episode of Deep in the Game. We might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Steven, thank you again, man. Everybody else, take care, y'all. Cheers. What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil, and welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. We have a very special episode today. We have Coach Kyle Bailey and Mac Dot, defensive line woman from the Winnipeg Wolfpack, coming out of the Western Women's Canadian Football League, the Prairie Conference. The Prairie is where it get real active. How y'all doing today?
Doing good, Coach.
Good. Thank you so much for having us on.
The pleasure's all mine to have you here, man. So this episode, really, I'm very glad that we were able to connect and talk about the team, man, because I have a very soft spot for women's football, women's sports in general, inclusion, and your team is very unique. You guys have had a windy road. So, Coach, would you like to share your team's story?
Yeah, for sure. So the team was founded back in 2011. I became with the team last year. A little bit of a losing streak right now. Not gonna lie, we're 4 years without a win, and this year we took a step back from the WWCFL in order just to get our numbers back up to recruit players. We do have one game this year though. It's August 10th, and we have a team from the States coming up to play us, the AFE All Stars. Going to play us in August, and we're hoping to get our numbers up for that and really turn things around. We haven't scored a point in a couple of years, and it's tough to get the players to come out and have a good time and learn and get better day in and day out. So this year was really big to us.
What do you think is for women? I've coached women's football myself, and if you can understand this right here, you go out and you try to recruit, and they'll sign like, oh, I'll sign up, I'll do this, whatever, and then when they find out they have to either pay or it's volunteer for coaching, you don't ever see them again. Is that what happens a lot for you?
Yeah, it can be for sure. Big thing is commitment, right? Like it's we do 2-3 days a week, practices, game on the weekend. We start up early. Like we tend to have a camp in December, and everyone's feeling good in December. We do once a week for a little while, and then once we turn it up, it's when I get it. Life happens, and people are busy, but it's tough to keep everyone going at the same time, and it's commitment at the end of the day.
Mac, I got a question for you from a player's perspective. How long have you been playing for the Wolfpack?
Last year and this year.
Last year and this year. Okay. Tell us about your experience and share with the lovely subscribers. What is it like to be a part of the Wolfpack and the commitment aspect to the team?
So personally, I've played on a few different teams, and I've played on some very, very competitive, successful teams. And I have to say that the atmosphere that you get when you come to Wolfpack is unlike any other team I've ever been with before. The only time I ever experienced the family atmosphere that I have with this team is when I played on my very first football team in MJFA with the North End Nomads.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't even begin to describe the feeling you get of the support and the unwavering love you get from the few people that show up all the time. It's just unreal, honestly.
That's great. That's what you love to hear, man. Even in the darkest times, you still have those loyal supporters. You still have those players that you know they're going to be here through thick and thin. But at the same time, I do want to ask you, Coach. I did see you said, I think when somebody sent me some of the film from 2017.
Yeah, 2017 film there.
I loved it. It wasn't. It was kind of gritty. It was kind of like, oh, it's 2017 football, not 2024. But I saw some glimmers right there. I saw that there's a run game there. You got some defense. What are some of your principles? What do you try to instill in your players?
So we have a lot of newcomers that come in, and I sell it as football isn't really that hard.
Right.
You have 3 downs to get 10 yards, so we try to play smash mouth football. We have a very talented running back that is able to pick and find open field and take what she can get. And I put the ball in her hands a lot, and she can make special things happen. We just need the depth at line. We need to keep everyone healthy for her, but we play smash mouth football. From a defensive standpoint, like I'm a big defense guy. I have a great offensive coordinator, so I leave that with him. But as a defensive side, the front seven's what's going to win you games. We set the tone off the edge and rely on a lot of force fill type of play.
Wow, that's Mac. For you as a defensive line woman, tell us about, from your perspective, the competition that you're going against. What is it like? Who are some of the top dogs, or I guess the top teams in the league?
Obviously for me, first to come to mind is going to be Fearless, of course, because we play them every year, all the time. And not only do we play with them, we see them around all the time too. So it's just inevitable. And there are some bad girls on that team. They are so amazing. There's so much talent on there. And as much as I want to be a football player, I have to give respect. And honestly, I really believe that if all the teams in this league could come together and commit to growing the league and not just their team, women's football could grow exponentially.
We got that same issue here in the States, where it's like Texas has like the #1 team and they just poach everybody. Do you guys have that team that does that? Or is it just, hey, we only focus on ourselves?
Coach, I'm going to let you answer that one.
Yes and no. I mean, it's hard to, I wouldn't really call it poaching, but I mean, it's hard for me to sell it to get people to come play for us now, as in this being my first year as a head coach and us taking a step away from the league. It's hard for me to sell a 1-game season to players. And obviously they want to go and they want to play a full year. So they're going to want to go play for Fearless, and they're a great team. They have a great coaching staff, and they're doing all the right things. They're competitive and they're winning. They're doing great things over there as well. So I'm just trying to make a second team like that and give more players the opportunity to excel and to grow and potentially become Team Canada players as well.
There it is. I like that. So how old, so for people that will see this, how old do you have to be? Do they need, what's the fees or anything like that?
So you'd be 16 years old and you can play till however old you want to be. You can be 55 out there. You can be 65. That's the amazing thing about the women's football game. Like we have so many more opportunities. Like for myself, I mean, obviously I'm not pro, but my age is capped out at 23, and then I'm done playing. So for them, they have so much football left to play. And from a money standpoint, a typical season, you're usually looking around $550, and that will cover your travel, because we'll travel at least once, maybe twice to the Regina or Saskatoon. That'll cover your bus and your hotel. All you'll be on the hook for is the food, and that'll cover your turf time in the winter, and that covers your equipment, everything. It's really not that bad for $550. You get a lot out of it, and you'll learn a lot as well.
That's what I like to hear, Coach. $500. So 500 Canadian. That's about, if it was, let's say, just hypothetically US, that's about
$770 probably. Our dollar's not the best right now.
That's not a bad price. If I'm thinking like maybe 350, 420 at that, but that's pretty good right there. And then because here in the States, it's like we have teams, you got to kind of, unless you have a really good team that's got great foundation, great business people behind it, you're driving yourself, you're taping yourself, and you go through a lot of hoops to play. I like that you guys, you got a set amount of fee you have for 500. Was it 550 or 500?
Yeah, 550 roughly. It all fluctuates just depending on the year, how many times you have to travel.
Yeah,
but that, like you said, that covers our trainer. We have a trainer on board with us at practices, taping, evaluating injuries, getting back. Like it's really not that bad for what you're paying for.
Now, Mac, how do you feel about the one game, the one game, kind of like I won't say it's a one, I say it's a showcase.
That's exactly what it is.
There you go. So how do you feel about the showcase?
I think that's a great way to actually put it, honestly. I don't think having only one game in this year necessarily really devaluates or anything. I think honestly it gives us that much more time to start even harder next year. To me, this year is not necessarily about competing this year or anything. It's about how we get to come back next year. If we can start at 75% next year instead of starting at 10% like we did last year, the difference is going to be absolutely incredible. Because even this year, even without playing, you can already see the difference that we're starting even better than we did last year.
Right. And I'll even piggyback on that, like 75, even 65%. You are laying that foundation, Mac and Coach Kyle. You guys are really going to be laying a foundation that while other teams are more established for the moment, are you looking for the longevity, looking at longevity?
For sure. That's all I'm dreaming about right now, is making a competitive team for a long term. Like our team right now is really young. We have a lot of players that are under 18 years old. So we have about 22 players that are 18 and under. We have a couple that are in mid-20s, mid-30s. But we're a very, very young team. We have a ton of talent that's really young. We have a bunch of hidden gems in there that we're developing every day.
That's that's untapped potential right there. It's okay if I give a couple suggestions, Coach.
Totally, I'm all ears.
Throw everything but the kitchen sink at them. As far as this, when you have players on your team that are veterans, they're stuck in their ways, they're not willing to learn. But with young talent, you said 22?
Yeah, roughly 22 players.
And they're all what age range do they fluctuate?
We have everything from, we have a couple 16-year-olds. Our biggest age class, I'd say, is probably about 18 to 19. That's the majority of our team, 18, 19 years old.
Oh, Coach, you got a gold mine right now. You're sitting on prime real estate right now as far as hammering home those fundamentals. Nothing else matters but the fundamentals with them. Hammer it away, get their skills in order, the position, and find out who is meant for this. You have no room to be picky about, I'm looking at these analytics and I'm looking at the requirements. No, mold them, build them, shape them into the great football players that you know they can be, and build your system around your talent. Does that make sense, Coach?
I totally agree on that. Just bang on with what we're trying to accomplish over the next 6-8 months.
Boy, you're gonna make me want to come up to Winnipeg and break out my cleats and start coaching again, man. I was supposed to be taking a year off.
Yeah. Come on down to Winnipeg. Really.
Mac, how you feeling about the young talent?
Oh man, honestly, I think the next 7 years is going to be the make for Winnipeg Wolfpack. I think Wolfpack is going to come back with a vengeance in the next 2 years. People are not going to know what hit them in the mouth. Once these 17-year-olds are 18 and can compete within the league in a game, and we have that full roster, people aren't even going to recognize us.
No, that's you hit it right on the head right there. That coach, man, I'm telling you. You can do some you can do especially if you're a defensive guy too, right?
Yeah.
Man, you could throw some exotic blitzes. You could take some chances. You can. I will say the person that you need to check out some of his stuff. You need to check out Ryan Phillips from BC. He's got some coverages. He played now. Most of them is obviously you can see the concept of what he's doing, but it'll work to your D line's benefit. You have your backers will be stout. And you'll have disciplined DBs. I'm telling you, you got it. Man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we. The sky is the limit for this team and with the young potential. So I'm always open to trying new things and learning from other people.
Whatever I can do to help, man, I'm here. Just
I appreciate
it. We're here, man. So. Is there anything else you want to say, Coach Mac? You want to give your best pitch to anybody that sees this? Because there's going to be a lot of people seeing this.
For sure. I would just say, we're here for the long run. We're going to be a great program. It's not a lot of people looked at us as a drop-in center in the past, and they wanted that. They wanted structure. They wanted commitment. They're going to get it now. Everything's changed. This is a different team, different perspective for everyone here. So there's gonna be some big changes happening, and if you're willing to be a part of it and put some blood, sweat, and tears into it, you'll be a part of a rebuild, and it's gonna be amazing.
Mac, Pooch.
All I gotta say is you can't accomplish anything without showing up.
Is that a chicken or is that a cat or is that a dog?
That's a cat.
I'm about to say. Say that one more time because that was a bar that you just said. I like what you said. Say that one more time for the people.
I said you cannot accomplish anything without showing up.
Enough said. Coach Mac, thank you so much for hopping on with me. I appreciate it. And whatever I can do to help, I'm here. And I'll put the link to your guys' website in the description box below. If you are in the Winnipeg, how far is there like a living? You have to be in a certain area?
Anywhere in Manitoba.
If you are in the Winnipeg, Manitoba province, please take a chance. Going out there, knock some heads the safe way. But the safe way. Oh yeah. And help rebuild this program the right way with Coach. Coach Kyle's going to do his thing. Matt going to be there as a vet. He's got a good staff around him. The organization is hungry to be successful. So if you are in the Winnipeg, Manitoba province, sign up. You have to be 16 or older. Go build a dynasty over there.
Thanks, Coach Phil.
Anytime. So, Mac, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you for having us, Coach.
Anytime. You're more than welcome to come back. And this has been another episode of Deep in the Game. We might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. So next time, everybody, take care. What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil. Welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. I don't know what number we on, but we're just going to roll with it right now because we ought to roll right now, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a young up-and-comer right here, man. Well, he ain't really a young up-and-comer, man. I mean, the brother is 6'4", 270, out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, out of the Southern Utah University, man. I'm talking about BC Lions' own Francis Bemby Jr. Francis, how you doing, my dog?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Glad you could hop on, man. Now, before we even get into it, now we've had a wide variety of diversity here on Deep in the Game. And I love that about the CFL. It's so diverse. What is your nationality?
So my parents immigrated to Canada. I'm half Ghanaian and half St. Lucian. So they both immigrated to Canada and they met. And yeah, that's where I came about.
Okay, I was trying to figure out which part of. I could tell from the accent and the strong facial structure. Got a little African.
So half African, half Caribbean. That's another way to put
it. Oh, man, you please tell me you're not one of the Caribbeans that kind of look down on us Americans like this nigga. Oh no, this nigga here.
No, trust me, I got all love for my Black Americans. No hate around here. All love.
Good. Have you been back? Have you been there? Have you been back visited family, or is just hey, I'm staying in Canada?
I've been back. I've been to St. Lucia once. I haven't been to Ghana yet, but St. Lucia was beautiful. I honestly wish I could go back. On the beach, nice, beautiful beaches, good people, good food. I honestly kind of miss it.
What type of food do y'all got down there, man?
Man, we got jerk chicken from plantain, rice and beans, oxtail, all the good stuff.
See now you talk. I'm trying to lose weight right now, man. But you talking when you said, I've had the jerk chicken, I've had all the good, but the plantains, I don't know if it's a texture thing for me. I gotta have the right plantains.
No, that's all it is. Because honestly, I prefer it fried. I don't really like it. I prefer it fried. That's how I prefer eating it. But other people eat it other ways. But me, I think the best way to eat it is fried, in my opinion. But
how do you stay away from all that good food, man? I know you gotta be in good shape. What is your routine for you as a young guy trying to compete with all these big dogs?
Man, to be honest with you, like I have a hard time like keeping me away from all the sweets. I'm always buying sweets, chips, all that. But honestly, I try my best to like eat kind of healthy, eat pretty clean. Try not to eat too much fried food, honestly. Eat as much vegetables as I can, but that's how I go about it. But keeping a strict diet is kind of hard, not gonna lie.
Being someone that's 6'4", man, playing in 270, man, I know playing D-line, you either gonna be on the outside. Do you play a little bit on the inside too, or you more, hey, I'm out here, I'm gonna get this pass rush going?
To be honest with you, but like I play a little bit of both in college because our scheme.
Yeah.
But when I got to BC, that's when I really played interior. And honestly, I kind of like it a little more. A little aspect of it, I like it.
Right.
But yeah, that's what it got me right now, and I'm just trying to make the most out of it, playing inside.
Are you more reliant? I'm trying to do more study more of your film. I've seen a little bit of it. Do you feel more comfortable being a speed rush guy, or are you more physical? Tell us about your makeup of your player build as we get into your story.
Honestly, I like a little more finesse, a little more than like power moves, but I would say a little more finesse. That's probably my stuff that I rather more than power. But if I gotta go to power, I'll use it. But if I have to choose a way, I'm more of a finesse guy.
Are you more of I'm a swim right by you? I'm not really a club and rip guy. I'm trying to get right past you.
I'm more of a swipe. I love to double swipe. That's my main go-to. It's just jab and swipe. That's what I do mainly. That's my main move. Hopefully, I got no old lineman here listening.
They be watching. They be watching. But you got to counter that, man. You got to counter, brother. I try to give all your sauce away.
Yeah.
So you ready to get deep in the game, man? Tell your story.
Oh yeah, of course. Let's get into it.
All right, man. Francis Bemby Jr. Born in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, man. You went to Carnegie High School, but tell us about your upbringing and how you got into playing football.
To be honest with you, I started playing football for like kind of the like not the wrong reasons, but I remember my first time really playing football. I remember I was in detention actually, and the football team had so the football team in high school was trying to they were making because we had a juvenile team, so they're trying to make a cadet team, right? So cadet would be like around. I think if you look at it from the American point of view, probably around like grade 9.
Right.
Grade 9, 10. So they came out with a cadet team and they were practicing after detention. So I think detention after school had to be like from 4 to 5. And at 5, the football team was practicing. So I'm in detention, I finished detention, and my boy I was with at the time, he's like, hey, let's go to this football practice, let's try it out. And I just went, and that's how I fell in love with the game. And ever since I've been playing. Literally just went in. They asked my position. I didn't even know the positions really well at the time. So I knew wide receivers. So I just went with the wide receivers. I was trying to catch balls, but I didn't have much hands. So that didn't last too long. But but literally just after detention, just follow a friend along. And that's how I got into it.
In over 40-something episodes of Deep in the Game, that might be the best intro to football because you always hear the my dad got me into it, or I had a love for the game. You came straight out of detention.
Literally,
and was like, yo, we finna do this.
Literally, that's literally how it went about. Like, got done with detention. My boy I was with at the time, he was like, I was kicking in, we were kicking in. He's like, yo, let's go to this football practice. And literally, we just went, and that's how it all went about. Literally.
See, I actually like that, man. That's pretty cool, man. Just the difference in approach to things, man. And you just took a shot. I was like, hey, I'm gonna go do it. I like that. Was it a learning curve for you? Did you play any other sports, or was it just, hey, I'm here?
I was a basketball player at the time. Like, that's all I did. I was a basketball player at the time. I haven't seen that little video of you playing ball, but we're not gonna get into it. But it's all good. But yeah, I was a basketball player at the time, and yeah, like I didn't really I always kind of wanted to play football, but I didn't really think it was really for me. And also, my parents would not let me play football. They see all the videos online, like it was too violent, so they were like, "Nah, you're definitely not doing this." So when I started playing, they were trying to tell me not to play it. But yeah, literally, that's how. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
First of all, I was blind playing Geno, so forget you. My contacts messed me up, but don't worry. We got round 2 in August. Don't worry about that. Phil gonna show what he's really about. I'm gonna drop about 50 pounds. I'm gonna change the game forever. So if you want this fade, you can get this fade anytime you want.
Hey, I'm good, man. I haven't touched a basketball in a while, and I don't want to touch a basketball in a while, so I'm staying away from it.
Hey, you know what? You can tell Geno run it back anytime you want to, man. But anyway, the devil is a lie. What was it like playing high school football where you're from, playing in Montreal, man? Is it very competitive, or is it more like, hey, we all kind of do it for fun? And did you really have any aspirations going into like your junior, senior year of like, hey, I might be able to turn this into something?
Montreal high school is really competitive. So I didn't play in the highest tier. I played like the Division 2 tier.
Okay.
But even the Division 2 tier was pretty competitive because I remember my first year of football. I remember my second game. I actually played against 2 of the guys we drafted, actually, like Terrence and Ezekiel. And Ezekiel was a quarterback at the time, and Terrence was a safety, I believe, at the time. I remember my second game we played against, and we lost by 40. But it was pretty competitive overall. Like, there's a lot of really good football players, especially in Montreal. But yeah, it's super competitive out here. I'm not sure how it is in the other province in Canada, but I know Montreal as a whole is pretty competitive.
Nice.
And like you said, like as I was playing, I was like, I kind of got the size. Maybe I should really try to like pursue playing in college or just pursue playing like after high school. So that's slowly over time that inspiration came a little bigger and bigger, and then I really want to pursue it. And then I slowly ended up pursuing it, and look where it got me. It got me pretty far in football, so pretty grateful for it.
That'd be the glory right there. Now, you mentioned before we got into recording, man, you actually played in California. Where in California did you play, and how'd your recruiting process go?
So I went to a school called Carnegie Schools Riverside. So it's an hour and a half outside of LA. And yeah, when I went there for 2 years. So it was actually one of my guys I used to train with at the time. He kind of had a connection, and he just sent me out there. And I just went out there as a little 17, 16-year-old kid in California.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of a unique deal. And at the time, like, they didn't really have many athletes. So like I was a tall but super skinny kid. I was probably the same height, but I was probably like 200, 210, probably even less. And they put me on running back. I was playing every position, literally. I was playing linebacker on defense, running back. I was doing all kinds of stuff. And then my junior year, I went to a couple camps. And after that, I actually committed to University of UConn at first, going into my senior year. And then I sent in all the stuff for, to get into the NCAA clearinghouse.
Right.
And as I'm saying all my stuff, and I'm getting known that I'm not qualified academically. Because in Montreal, like, my grades was like really bad. So then I couldn't go to UConn because of academics. And then for whatever reason, I signed JUCO at the time to go play New Mexico military. And last minute, Sunita offered me, and the coach figured my academics out, and I got into the school, and that's where it went from there, literally.
Damn. You had to take a really different approach to things, man, going JUCO and then getting to where you needed to get to, man. Go ahead.
Because if Sunita wouldn't have got me cleared, I would have had to go JUCO, and JUCO, a lot of people get lost in the sauce in JUCO, so I was grateful that Coach got me in. So
It don't matter how you start, it's where you got to get to, man. And sure enough, you did, man. You obviously getting to now with your prep years, you were nominated Arrowhead League MVP 2 years in a row. You were part of the National Football Foundation College Hall of Fame and the Riverside County chapter. But then you get to Southern Utah. You appeared in 10 games your freshman year. You finished with 13 tackles, 7 solo, 6 assisted, and 2.5 tackles for loss. Going up against a lot of the U.S. guys, man, you hear about the U.S. guys having to learn how to play the game differently in Canada, but for you, it's coming from, you had a couple years under your belt playing the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Was it rough? Was it more tougher? Or was it more, hey, I gotta hone my craft a little more?
Like if you're comparing like the American, when I played in college, when I played in the CFL?
I would say like from high school to college.
Man, college, I feel like college, the game is so much slower. I feel like, no, I mean like in high school, the game is so much slower than in college. I feel like college is way more faster. Like everything is faster. Guys are obviously way bigger. I'll say it's mainly the speed. Like you gotta really be on your keys because it's super fast in college. That's the main difference, I would say.
Okay.
I'll say the guys are bigger.
What defense were you guys running at Southern Utah?
Man, we ran a bunch of everything. Every year we had a different D coordinator. So we ran a 4-3. Then 1 year we switched to a 3-4, and then we came back to a 4-3 towards my last years there. So we ran a little bit of everything.
Damn.
Yeah.
Did you use that to your advantage going through your college years and transitioning that to the CFL? Because a lot of guys, they never really find like that defense that when they go in, like, say, free agency, they know, all right, I want to go here because I know how to play a 3-4, I know how to play a 4-3 or a nickel. Was that your thing, or was it, hey, I can play whatever you need me to play?
Yeah, I'm more someone that like wherever the coach put me, like I'll find a way to make it work for me, honestly. Like in college, like at one point, because when you switch to a 3-4, like I'm pretty much like a D tackle / DN, depending on the formation, depending on the call. So I just find a way to make it work for me. Like that's how I always seen it as. Like a lot of players want to be too picky where they want to play, but I just find a way to make it work for me. Like, and then now I play in BC, and I feel like being in BC, like I feel like there's little aspects of the stuff I ran in college from like our calls and stuff. Like there's little aspect of it. Like we have our base in this, and then we have our 3-man front. Like there's a lot of a lot of it is comparable to in college. So it's not too hard to really adapt to it. It's just different. Like with the yard and everything, but overall to me it's pretty much the same.
I feel that, man. I feel that. So did you have any looks NFL wise, or did you just know I'm going to enter the CFL draft?
So the NFL process, I wasn't really getting too much traction because I feel like I didn't do good on my pro day. I think my pro day really killed me. But going into it, I knew like the CFL was like going to be for me. And that's where I actually like always wanted to that's always my end goal going into it. You know, obviously I wanted to aspire to the NFL, and I feel like everyone wants to aspire to the NFL. But for me, being a Canadian kid, growing up watching the CFL as a kid, like watching the Alouettes as a kid, been to many Alouettes games as a kid. So for me, that was the main goal: was coming back home and playing in front of my people, my family and friends. And that's how I seen it going into the whole process after my college career.
Like that, man. I like that. Did you have any players that you, when you watched a lot of the CFL games growing up, did you have any players that you really liked? Anybody that you took some of the stuff from them and kind of added to your game? What was that for you?
To be honest with you, when I was a kid watching CFL, like I did not really pay attention to the defense. I only pay attention to the offense. So obviously like the court, like honestly, if I had to choose a favorite CFL player, I would say SJ Green, in my opinion, because with all the one-hand catches he was doing, like in my opinion, like when I was watching, like that was the guy that was always making plays. So in my opinion, if I had to choose a favorite player, it would probably be SJ Green. And obviously the other guys they had, like Montreal obviously had Antonio Calvillo at the time. Avon Coburn was a good running back. So those would be the main guys that I remember really like being a fan of, as I did not pay attention to no defense. So even I would watch Coach Bo, and he's my coach now, but at the time I didn't really pay attention to it like that. But obviously I knew who he was and all that because being a fan of the team. But yeah.
Big shout out to SJ. Congratulations on the Hall of Fame. Getting in there, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have him on here real soon. So I'm going to talk with him in a little bit. But You were the 9th overall pick, man. Did you have a little get together with the family? What was your draft process like for you?
So I didn't want to do something too big. Honestly, I just had two of my friends over and my mom and dad. That's about it. So it's just like 5 of us here, just waiting to hear my name called. And my two friends actually came late. So as my name is getting, as BC's calling me, they're literally in front of my house trying to find parking. So as I'm getting the call, I'm telling them like to rush inside the house so they can hear the name on the TV. And my TV was kind of behind too, so I got a notification on my phone first before it showed on TV. So, but it was a really cool night. And so
that's what's up, man. That was up. What were the feelings you had going through all that, man? Was it like a ugly cry, or was it, damn, I got work to do?
It was more like, damn, I got a lot of work to do, because at first I didn't know. You don't know where you're going to end up, right? Like the dominoes, you don't know where the dominoes are going to fall, right? So I just went into it like, I didn't like. Honestly, if you were talking about being BC, I would told like I don't think so. I thought I was gonna end up somewhere else, but I seen everyone like, I'm like, damn. And as the more picks go on, you don't hear your name called, you kind of get nervous in the sense like, damn, like you kind of start feeling a little nervous and all that. But when I got the call and all that, I was like, super excited. And also, Vancouver's a part of Canada I always wanted to go and experience. So being out there now is honestly a blessing, in my opinion.
True blessing, man. You went to a team, man, coming off a West final. You had 5 tackles, man. You're playing in a defense that ran by my OG, Ryan Phillips, man. And you got a lot of veteran presence out there, man. And obviously with Matthew Best no longer being there now, but having Matthew at the time, you got my guy Josh Woods, you've got Gary Peters, you've got TJ Lee, you've got Woody Barron, you've got a lot of guys. Oh, it's Sione, man. Oh, God. Oh, heavy hitters. But for you being a young pup coming into this defense, what was your role and what were you trying to learn in your first season?
To be honest with you, I was trying to be like a sponge, trying to learn as much as I can, because obviously like being in a room like that, like everyone has done something, like everyone has a big name, everyone has crazy accomplishments and all that. I was just trying to learn as much as I can, honestly. And yeah, being a rookie, they kind of give you a hard time a little bit, to give you a hard time. They're on you a little bit, but it's all for the right reason. So at first I need to kind of like put my ego aside. I need to like take a step back and be patient and truly learn from the guys around me. So that was really how I went into. That's my mindset that year, just trying to learn as much as I can.
Did you have a welcome to the CFL moment, a humbling experience where you got no Diddy, but you got your ass busted?
Oh, on my first game, we're playing Calgary. No, not Calgary. We're playing the Ticats. And I'm honestly, I won't lie to you, they were looking kicking my ass. I'm not gonna lie to you, those guards, that O-line, man, they're dirty. They were pushing me after the play, and I was just not ready for it. I was like, damn, give me a break. But I would say the first game, I was on my ass a lot that game, but it's all good. You live and learn, right? So
you never ever let Scamilton bully you, man. This is all a scam. Don't let it fool you, man. No, I'm just playing, man. They got some dogs over there, but for you, boy, that's a tough first game, man. I tell you, oof, I can't imagine.
Yeah, trust me, it was tough. I remember after the game, I'm like, man, I was even at one point down in myself. I'm like, damn, dude, they're really kicking my ass that game. But it's all good, you learn. So hey. I'll tell you, yeah, definitely my first game against the Ticats was definitely a big learning experience.
Yes, sir. You're going into the 2024 season now, man. You guys have picked up some even bigger hitters, man. You got Pete Robertson, man. You guys picked up. Let me make sure I got all my credentials and my shit straight, because y'all been making moves left and right. You picked up the shocking one was Christian Covington. He decided to come back to BC, man, straight from the NFL. Where do you feel like you're going to fit in this defense now that they've made some big moves?
Oh yeah, I've seen all the moves. At the end of the day, like is where the coaches want me. So wherever coach they put me, I try to contribute to the team. Because last year I feel like watching the film, I was kind of disappointed with myself. Like I'm like, damn, I could have done a lot more. I was kind of disappointed looking at the film. But this year I'm like, man, I know what to expect. I know kind of how the league works, and whatever position coach wants me to puts me in, I'll try to make the most out of it. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm not trying to see why I fall, this and that. I'm like, just going to camp, do what you gotta do in camp, and wherever the cards fall, it falls, and whatever opportunity is given to me, I'll just make the most out of it. So that's how I'm looking into it. But yeah, I did take a look at it. We got a pretty deep unit as a whole, so it's gonna be fun.
Hey, soak up as much knowledge as you can, man. You're still young in this game, man. And I want to see everybody be successful, man. But for you, brother, man, you got all the intangibles. You just got to use it. Get them fundamentals down, bruh. Get them fundamentals, lay that foundation for yourself, and just take everything you can from them OGs, man, and just send. That's the same thing I told Josh, and he's getting his opportunity this year. I want to see that for you, man. So best of luck to you this year, my guy.
Appreciate it.
So, you ready for the 5 rapid fire questions?
Damn, I guess let's get it. Let's do it.
All right. For one, let's start with I'm gonna throw you a little softball real quick, man. What do you like to do in your spare time?
Man, my spare time, man, I'm looking. I like to shop. I'm trying to get more outdoorsy. I'm trying to go more hikes, enjoy nature a little more, honestly. So yeah, I would say that. Go on walks, go shopping. Pretty much it. That's pretty much what I do on my free time.
I feel it. More of an outdoorsy guy. I feel that. Okay. Can you cook?
Oh man, to be honest with you, I think I can, but a lot of people say like I just think I put too much seasoning. That's the one downside. I should put too much seasoning when I do it. When I cook, I should I put too much seasoning.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Well, what seasoning you be using depends on the seasoning.
I probably put a little too much salt sometimes. Most of the time, that's what it is. I put a little too much salt.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Well, you go sweat it out at some point. As long as you ain't got the chalk line across your forehead, you be all right. You be all right. What's your pregame meal, man? What's your go-to pregame meal?
I think usually when we're on the road, for whatever reason, I always get Subway. I don't know why. Like this past year was always Subway. I'll just get a sub and that was my pregame meal, Subway. I feel like it's not too heavy, it's not too light, and yeah.
Well, all right. I get you that. Have you gotten cussed out yet by anybody on the team for a fucked up play?
I remember last year. I remember Betts was always on my ass, yelling at me for whatever reason. I don't know.
Matthew?
I don't even know how it was, but I know Matthew a couple times. Tebow gives me a hard time too. Yeah, I would say those two, and Menard too would give me a hard time too. But he wouldn't cuss me out. He would give me a hard time though. But
I feel it, man. I'm actually, funny thing is, I'm recording with Tebow at 12:30 today, so I'm gonna spin the block one time on that question, see if what really.
Hey, when you talk to Tebow, actually tell him like he's honestly a bully. Not gonna lie to you, he's no cute. But no, it's all love. Tebow's my guy. But
it's all love, man. It's all love. Little rookie hazing don't hurt nobody as long as it ain't physical. You feel me?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Last question, man. Last question for you, and we're gonna get up out of here. At the end of the day, man, what's the thing you want to get the most out of your CFL career, man? Post career, at the end of the day, what you want out of it?
Man, to be honest with you, like whatever I want to like be able to play my fullest potential, whatever that is. Like whatever that honestly is, and I feel like I haven't reached it yet. I don't think I'm even close to it yet, but I want to ultimately reach my like fullest potential, right? And obviously, like I want to win one. I want to win a Grey Cup because I've seen it. I'm from Montreal, so I've tasted like how is it to have success and the impact it has on the city, right? And I feel like we're close. Being in BC, I feel like we're close, and I honestly want to win a Grey Cup, and yeah, and overall just build brotherhood. Meet new people and like make connections because at the end of the day, like football is truly a family, right? So always when you're done, like you remember more like the camaraderie you have with the guys than anything on the field. So if I would say one more thing, I would say that, yeah, definitely.
I like that, man. I like that. Hey, it's y'all right there, back-to-back years in the West Final, man. The West is gonna be crazy. I want to see y'all do your thing, man. Not over my Riders though, but hey, I got y'all and the Riders in the West Final. So whoever got home field is going to go to the Grey Cup, man. So I want to continue to be consistent, man. Continue to be doing your thing, man. And whatever I can do to help, man, I'm here. And go get yours, brother.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Hey, there's been another episode of Deep in the Game. We might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Hey, thank you, Francis. I appreciate you, brother, and all love to you, my guy.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime, y'all. Y'all take care. What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil. Welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. And we've got Big Tebow himself. And I'm not talking about Tim Tebow. I'm talking about Tebow DeBill. That's it, right? DeBay. These last names be fucking with me sometimes. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's a hard one. You don't hear a lot around here.
No. But thank you so much for hopping on with us, brother. How you doing?
I'm really good. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you had a pretty good start to the season, man. You had 14 defensive tackles, 1 sack, man. Take us through your vantage point of the season and what direction you guys are headed right now under RP and his incredible defense.
Oh man, I feel like I'm grateful for the opportunity to play with a coach like RP, because if it wasn't for Coach RP and Coach Bo, I don't think I'd be in the situation I am now. They made me a better player just by giving me the confidence that they believe in me, and that's what I didn't have in other teams in the CFL. So I'm just really excited. There's a lot of guys coming back from last year and the year before that, so I'm just really excited to get things started here pretty soon.
How, with all the new weapons that you guys have picked up on the defense, how do you not get lost in the shuffle and try to assert yourself and put yourself in a position to where you can help the team get to a Grey Cup?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you can never get too comfortable with. It's my 3rd year now with BC, but you can never get too comfortable because they're always looking for people that are better than you and try to take your spot. So I've been preparing all off season, working out in the gym, getting my work done on the field too. So I'm just ready to go now. I'm just ready to earn my spot again on the team, and it's going to be a blast doing it.
Very excited to see what you guys can do, and I want to see you get some spin out there, man, because I've seen a little bit of your highlights, man. Use a bull out there. I ain't gonna hold you. Use a bull out there, man.
Yep.
So you ready to get deep in the game, brother, and talk about your story?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
All right. Tebow, you were born in Gistel, Belgium on the 10th of September, 1997. Now, I see that your dad and your 3 uncles played American football. Where did they play?
They played in Austin too, but it wasn't called the Austin Pirates back in the day. It was the Austin Tigers, and that was like in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And my uncle played until he was like probably 50 or whatever.
Damn.
So, yeah, it's not a popular sport in Belgium, but I've always been around it. I was literally born in a football family, so that's where my love for the game came from. It was from my dad and my uncles.
Who were some players that you looked to outside of obviously your uncles and your father, but were there any players that you got to see from the American football side that was like, I like what he does. I want to see if I can replicate what he does with this move or that move or this play?
I think one of the first guys that my dad introduced to me was Howie Long, because he saw him play live in Wembley, because then it was a preseason game and the Raiders were over there. And my dad's a big guy too. And just the way my dad was talking about Howie Long, how big he was, and how strong, how fast, athletic. That's something that I wanted to replicate as well. I want to be as big as I can. I want to be as strong as I can, but still be athletic as well, and do what you got to do during the pass, but also be stout in the run. So that's what I try to do. That's what I try to do every single game.
Wow, that's a name you don't really hear much about unless you're talking about Fox Football on Sundays, Howie Long.
Yeah.
People remember him more just for being on TV. But if you watch how Howie was a freak of nature for that time, oh my God.
Yep.
And his son's beasts, all beasts, man. And oh God.
That family is just nuts.
Your family's nuts too. You could don't act like you got it like that.
Not like that though. Not like that.
Not like that. How tall are your uncles and your father? Are they big, like 6'3", 6'4", like you or are you Nikola Jokic of the family?
No. So my oldest uncle is actually he's like 6'5", 6'6". He always played offensive tackle. My dad's around 6 foot, 6'1", and then my other uncle, he's the youngest out of the 3 brothers. He's about my height.
Oh wow. Well,
and they're pretty athletic. So, and actually on my mom's side, her mom, so my grandpa, he played professional soccer for a while. So I'm getting it from both sides, the athletic genes a little bit. So I'm lucky in that aspect.
It says that you gave up association football and you dreamed of playing college football. Now you joined Austin Pirates at the age of 13 and won a Belgian Bowl. Tell us about the Belgian Bowl, what it is, and talk to us about that, man. That's very nice to hear.
Yeah, so in Belgium, it's just like it's a semi-pro league. All the teams in Belgium play against each other. And then for the championship game, that's called the Belgian Bowl. And you got the Super Bowl in America. That's like what everybody looks up to. So they decided to call it the Belgian Bowl. And played in it in 2015 or 2016. And funny is I was playing defensive end at the time, but our starting offensive tackle, because it's still semi-pro football, nobody gets paid or whatever. It's more like a hobby back home. He was on a holiday with his wife and his kids, and because that was the only time he could go, and it was on the day of the game, so I had to play. I was starting at D end and at offensive tackle, which was pretty hard because I've never really played offensive tackle before. But we were huge underdogs, but at the end of the day, we did get the win.
Hey, I got a ring. That's all that matters. So you had Penn State looking at you. You had Maryland, Towson, Albany, UMass. After being a part of Europe's Elite, an organization co-founded by a former football player, how'd that come about, and what made you choose Towson?
Yeah, so a couple of teams were looking at me, and I felt like I was getting the most love from Towson, and they offered me to go on an official visit too with my dad, and they just treated my dad and I really well throughout the whole weekend. And I felt like I could make an immediate impact on the team as a freshman already. Like I didn't really want to redshirt at all, and that's what I did. I just came in and I started on special teams as a freshman, and I didn't really want to. Like, you could go to a school like Penn State, but you really have all NFL prospects in front of you, and it might take a while before you see the field. Then that's why I also chose Towson. It's a smaller D1 school, but I saw the field right away, which was just great, and it made me a better football player a lot faster as well.
Wow. And playing at Towson, man, you had some as a freshman, man. Your stats were pretty damn good. You had one game, you had a career high 9 tackles against Citadel, and you got a sack against Kyle Trask, who was a high pick in the NFL draft, man. But you did have to play. You did lose a season due to the pandemic. Walk us through that one, man, because your coach did say this is his killer year, the one he's supposed to get to talk about the rest of his life, and when we get to brag about the rest of his life.
Yeah, man, that still kind of stings, like your senior season in college is supposed to be your breakout year, like get all the tackles, get a lot of sacks, just have a blast, be a leader on the team. And because of COVID, it just got all taken away. But that was something I couldn't control at all. It was out of my control. And that's something my dad always said, if it's not in your control to change it, don't worry about it. Just keep on working. And that's exactly what I did. I just kept on working. I made sure I got my degree. I graduated, and then I had the opportunity to be a part of the CFL Global Draft, which was just a huge motivation for me as well, just to keep going and keep working hard.
You got, after putting up a recording 31 bench press reps, man, which that says a whole lot about you. You're a big body, man. At the Global Combine, you were drafted by the Edmonton Elks with the 20th overall pick. Yeah. Walk us through that time playing for Edmonton.
Well, I made after training camp, I made the active roster, and I think for the first 2 games I was on an active roster. I think in those 2 games I saw like 1 or 2 reps or whatever, and I still remember my first rep. It was against Montreal, I'm pretty sure, and I just stumbled out of my stance like a rookie. Like I was a rookie back in the day, and I just stumbled out of my stance, didn't really do anything. And after that play, they just put me on the side right away. And then the next week, I get the notification that I'm put on the practice roster, which was a hard pill to swallow. But I feel like at that time I wasn't really ready to have a rotational role in the CFL, and I just that was something I couldn't really control. I just kept on working, and it all changed when I got to BC because the coaches were just way different. They treated me way different than they did in Edmonton.
How did they treat you differently in BC from Edmonton?
Just from the get-go, I just felt like they had more respect for me. They gave me a lot of reps during practice as well. They gave me the opportunity to show what I could do, and they just gave me a lot of confidence in myself that I actually belong here as well. And from that 2021 season on, I just was a completely different football player. I wouldn't say I was a better football player, but mentally I was just a lot stronger because just the way that Coach Bowman and Coach RP talked to me and treated me.
Wow. See, that's a difference when a coach actually believes and coaches believe in you.
Yeah.
They let you be you as a player, man. That says a whole lot of your character and as them as their character, because you with some really good coaches up there, man.
That Coach Bo is a legend in the CFL. If you don't know Coach Bowman, you're not really a CFL fan, you know? Like he's got 130 sacks. He's been there for so many years, and he's really a player's coach, and everybody on our team that he's coached absolutely loves him.
Absolutely, man. So heading now into the 2024 season, where do you feel like you need to get better as a player?
For me personally, I feel like I could get better when it comes down to like the pass or whatever. I would like to get a little bit more sacks because that's where at the end of the day for D linemen, I know it's hard for a nose to get sacks, but that's where the money is at. You know, if you have 9-10 sacks, coaches will look at you a little bit different, and that's something I really want to get better at.
Fundamentally, do you feel like you're hitting your stride, or do you feel like there's places where you know it's going to take you some time?
No. Like mentally, I feel really good. Like I've never been physically and mentally. I don't think I've ever been as strong as I've been now. So I'm ready to go. It's been a long off season, and I'm just happy to see the guys really soon.
I see that, man. A lot of guys, man, everybody's ready to go. It's finally getting that itch back. You're about to go into training camp. So I'm ready to see what you're going to do this season, man. I'm very, very excited.
Very excited too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you ready for the final 5 rapid fire questions?
Let's do it.
All right. How the hell you get the hair looking so good, man?
I have no clue. I just got curly hair. There's no even. I just got the mullet in the back, and that's it. I get my curly hair from my mom.
That was the first time I seen the mullet was Arrow Up, and I was like, God damn. I didn't know he was from Belgium. I didn't know none of that, even though I don't really equate. It's like, damn, that boy, that's a country boy right there.
That Canadian influence, I guess.
Now, if you start wearing double denim, we're gonna have to talk, man, because that's gonna be my look this year. Yes, sir. So, next question: what do you like to do in your spare time?
Play video games. I love video games. Hanging out with friends, having a good time. Go somewhere, just have a couple of drinks. Just being around good people most of the time. That's what I really like to do.
What's your drink of choice?
My favorite beer is probably Guinness because I just like the taste of it. It tastes like coffee, and I love coffee, so probably Guinness. Yeah, I'm
gonna have to try Guinness. I've never had a Guinness. I've been more of a Budweiser, Coors Light, Miller Lite type of guy, but Guinness is like it's a rugged drink. You got to drink it tough. It's motor oil.
It's like swallowing. It's like eating the bread at the same time. It's pretty heavy, but it's good.
I don't need to go to my titties. Anyway, the devil is a lie. Next question, man. We'll end it on this one right here. For you, what is I guess I could say, for a guy coming from Belgium, has the CFL been everything you thought it was going to be, or is it just still a culture shock to you?
Well, it's been a culture shock, but in a very good way. I absolutely love the CFL. I love all the fans. Like when you play in Winnipeg or Sask, they're absolutely crazy. I love that our home fans are absolutely crazy. They love us. We love them. And it's definitely been a culture shock, but in the best way possible.
See, that's what it's all about, man. You guys hosting the Grey Cup this year. I'm excited to see what, like I said, I'm excited to see what you guys going to do. But more so you and that whole unit, man. You take care of yourself, man, and it'll all work out for you perfectly fine, brother.
Appreciate that, man.
Hey, thank you so much for hopping on, man, real quick. I really appreciate you, man, and hats off to you, and get yourself ready for training camp, man.
Very much. Thank you for having me.
And that's going to be another episode of Deep in the Game. We might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Everybody take care. We out of here, y'all. What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil, and welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. I'm still trying to figure out how many episodes we in right now. I know we almost to 50, but if this is episode 50, then I am proud. I am happy because we somehow, in less than like an overnight conversation, put this thing together. And as you can see, I have the only defensive back to win most outstanding defensive player of the year, man. I'm talking about one of Winnipeg's best ever, Javon Johnson. Javon, how you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm super excited to be on here with you right now. Like, just to kind of share some insight and just kind of talk about the career and going back and forth about a lot of different topics, man.
That's good. That's good. I'm very thankful you're on here, man. Because it's funny, y'all. I did the video the other day, during to the Grey Cup, and I didn't know. We follow each other on Twitter, and I when I saw your name pop, I was like, that's him. He's talking a lot of shit for somebody. I checked his credentials real quick, and we chopped it up on Instagram. And he told me I don't really be talking like that, but they brought it out of me, and I was like, really. So tell us, man, what have you been up to lately after all of your retirement? You seem to be you be keeping busy.
Yeah, I've been busy. I've ever since retiring in 2019, got into the coaching world. Was a space that I thought I belonged in after I got done playing, just because of my ability to bring along a lot of young players that I played with. So it was like a calling for me, just wanting to impact the younger generation and show them the way of what it takes, of how it looks to be a professional and be a professional in everything, from your preparation all the way to practice and the way you play on game day. So, it's just a matter of time before I got in the coaching world. It was just, I guess, forced a little bit sooner than I wanted.
Hey, it's not about when you start, man. It's just getting your foot in the door, and obviously anybody that can have a most outstanding defensive player, even if it's just from the CFL, that says a whole lot. So tell us about some of the stops you've made on the way.
Yeah, I mean, after my college career, I had the opportunity to go to training camp with the New York Jets. I was there for a cup of coffee, and then went to Pittsburgh. I played 2 years with the Steelers, predominantly on practice squad, and then made my way up north to Regina. And then that's kind of where it all began. That first year in Regina, I was still kind of a knucklehead, trying to I was really competitive, and I didn't really take the veterans and put them on a pedestal like they expected me to. I kind of looked at them as we're equals, and I'm trying to take your spot. So that kind of rubbed people the wrong way, ruffled some feathers. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for my mentality when I got to Saskatchewan. Ended up the season on practice roster. We won the Grey Cup in 07, and they ended the year on practice roster. And I got picked up by Winnipeg going into 2008, and then played. That's where I kind of made a name for myself from 08 to 13, and then went to Ottawa after they had the expansion draft. Was there for 2 years, then Montreal for 1, and then back to Saskatchewan. Kind of full circle moment where it all started, and then ended my career in 2019.
A 5-time CFL East All-Star, a 2-time CFL All-Star, obviously Grey Cup champion, man. I want to dive in a little bit to that incredible season you had, man. That defense, probably one of the best defenses I've seen in CFL history. I've talked with Odell, shout out to Unc, man. And it was the first time I heard about Swaggerville. And Odell as well as anybody else, man.
Yeah.
Odell meant what he said about Swaggerville, and that secondary, watching you guys play. I watched last night the Grey Cup. I watched your guys' East final game. I'll be honest with you, being a guy from Seattle, that was the closest thing I've seen to the Legion of Boom in the CFL ever. Take us through that season, man, and what made you guys come up with Swaggerville?
I mean, we wanted to kind of build a brand for ourselves. Unfortunately, we kind of stole the motto a little bit, not necessarily stole it, but we kind of took what they were doing in BC. And ironically, we played each other that year. But Ryan Phillips, Dante Marsh, Corey Banks, they had the league by storm as far as like being a unit that made plays and flew around and did things. So we looked at them as kind of like our older brothers, and we wanted to start making a name for ourselves. So we came up with the thing Swaggerville, just kind of jokingly, and then we started to say it all the time. So like we would just tell people we play with a lot of swagger, and then that was how it kind of formulated. And then we started selling T-shirts. The
He
fans
mentioned
started
that.
buying into it, and after that, it just kind of blew up. I think the media really took it and blew it out of proportion, and then we just kind of rode the wave, so to speak. But you know, it was a time to be in Winnipeg during that era. We were electric. You know, we had tons of energy, and we felt like we were unbeatable. And if you beat us, we still didn't think you were good enough to beat us. We think we felt like we didn't play to our standard, and that's why you won. So it was kind of like that attitude that we had and the persona, and it was just something that we really embraced. And we had guys that flew around, made plays. Whether it was Odell, Doug Brown, and those guys up front getting sacks. We had guys like Marcellus Bowman and those guys in the middle, knocking people's heads off. And then in the secondary, if you threw the ball, it was probably getting picked or we were somewhere in the vicinity to make a play. So, we had fun though.
Oh, I could tell. And even just with like you guys like Jonathan Heffney, Alex Suber, Brandon Stewart, Odell, Doug Brown, Boomer Cat himself, it was a stacked defense. And the only thing I noticed that was different was like you had Buck Pierce as quarterback. Buck, great success as an OC right now with the Blue Bombers, but I didn't realize Duke he could ball. He had some game to him, man. The dude was nice.
Yeah, he was a very good player if he could just stay off of the injury list. Buck was a risk taker. He took some hits that would make you like, ooh, make you kind of cringe for a quarterback. But he bounced back up and keep playing. Like, what I'm saying? But I mean, for real, we had some classic battles, offense and defense in practice. But like, we had a good team.
What was your favorite coverage to play that you knew I'm gonna get when we call this out the huddle? Hey, I got this.
Well, we played a lot. We only played 2 coverages, believe it or not. We played man and we played match. So it was like, it was one or the other. And I think when we played match, it was a lot easier to kind of jump routes and things like that because you always kind of had help depending on what concepts you were getting. And man, obviously, most people don't make a lot of plays. You don't really get a ton of plays in man to man unless you're just better than the receiver or you get a good jump on the ball. But ultimately, that's kind of what we did. It was kind of 50-50. First down, we played man. Second down, we played match. That was kind of like how our defense was set up. And when you got those guys up front getting after it, it really don't matter what you play.
What were some concepts that you saw as a DB coming right at you, coming out the waggle? What was more the routine?
Yeah, so I got a lot of picks that I had off of dig routes, jumping things like that, curls, anything at the sticks I was sitting on because I played the percentages. I always knew the game at a high level. I played quarterback in high school, so I kind of threw all those routes, and I knew all break points broke at 12. So I would get myself in a position to break, knowing that the receiver was going to break at 12, and then I was able to jump a lot of plays and make a lot of plays on the ball. Whether it was PBUs, interceptions, tips to other guys on my team, I was making plays on the ball when it came my way. And that was just kind of my MO, like get my hands on the ball. I did the same thing in college. So it just kind of carried over in pro.
Well, I have a surprise for you, actually. So we talked about it early last night. I got some of your film. I want to end it on such a high note with this one because we're both busy today. We didn't really get the time we wanted, but are you down to watch a little bit of your film?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Let's see if I can make this happen for you. All right. Can you see?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, here we go.
See that was them in a bunch. They ran just a flat with the under route, and the point man ran a curl, and I sat on it and jumped it. I think that's Brian Bratton actually.
Yep, right there, Brad.
And that was kind of like the coming out party. I was 24. That was my first year in the peg, making some plays on the football.
Oh, and he can get strips. Oh my God. Who were some of the players that you, being a guy from Pennsylvania, who were some guys that you looked to as inspirations or guys that you took a little bit of their game?
My big bro, a guy from right here in the same hometown, Bob Sanders. One of the best safeties, hard hitting safeties that the league in college football has ever seen. So, I took some of his game. Being a corner, I was kind of ferocious with how I played. And being physical and things like that.
Ooh.
Kind of fearless. Like that play right there, just being fearless. Knowing that the ball's hanging up in the air and everybody's watching it, and I'm attacking it over all those guys. Just like being small, always had a chip on my shoulder. But we also had another guy named Cliff Crosby from my hometown who went to the NFL and also won a Super Bowl with the Rams. So those were the guys that I kind of looked up to growing up in the football world. But Deion Sanders has always been my idol.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Hit him with the high step.
I like I'm gonna do a video coming up here soon because I think, in my opinion, you and RP the best of your era. So I want to do a nice comparison. What could you say about RP in your guys' game? That is there similarities or there differences for the people that don't know just yet?
I think there's a lot of similarities. The difference would be that I was more of a corner and RP played more of that nickel inside position. So, he was special with being able to see things and read route concepts and make plays on the football. I think RP one year had 14 interceptions in a season or something crazy like that.
Wow.
I've never done that. So that's just a testament to how much he prepares for the game. No coincidence that he's having success as a defensive coordinator, now because of his preparation as a player. He was always prepared. So you kind of put the same time and energy into it as a coach. So he's getting them boys right. But I think our similarities would just be both of us made plays on the football often and had the ball in our hands often.
I like seeing on film right now how crisp your breaks are. There's not a wasted step. You're in stride. Are you looking, when you're on your, let's say if it's a 90 degree angle break, are you looking backfield and trying to keep and then still have yourself in position with the receiver? Or are you just, hey, I'm sticking with the guy, I'm going to take my chance?
Yeah, typically, I would key to 3. So I would know when it was a quick game and then I'd be out my break fast. But typically when you get intermediate routes, I'm always keying the man. I key to the quarterback and the end man on the line of scrimmage for run pass. But then as soon as I get my key there, I'll get my eyes to my man and see what I'm getting so that I can make sure I do get those effective breaks without wasting movement. Those things are the things that you either make the play or you are like an inch too short or a step too short if you have those false steps.
What was your welcome to the CFL moment? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That 2008 season, with playing with guys like Kelly Malveaux, God may rest in peace, but playing with those guys and seeing how intelligent they were as football players, and I was able to kind of pick from those guys, and I kind of bounced around that year. And then that season in 08, I had 4 interceptions, 3 of them for pick sixes, but it was from all different spots in the secondary. So I had one from the boundary corner, one from the boundary halfback, the field halfback, and the field corner.
Oh my goodness.
All of them went for touchdowns. So that was kind of that moment where I knew I belonged.
You just kind of had an innate ability to just sniff out the ball, and that's what you want in a DB right there. So my last question for you before we get up out of here. Who was your toughest match? Who were some of your toughest matchups?
Ooh, I mean, that's good. That's a good question. Knowing that, my guy SJ and Chad just got inducted into the Hall of Fame. I mean, I got to give those guys their due diligence. SJ was a tough out for anybody. A guy that with his size that could run routes like no other and was strong with his hands. That was a tough matchup for anybody. But also Chad Owens and his elusive nature and his ability to make those quick decisions in space. He was a matchup nightmare as well. And then you can't you can't skip over Darius Bowman. I think he was a guy in the NFL body that probably would have played a long time in the NFL if he didn't have his little hiccup in college. But he was another one that was a matchup nightmare. Guys with that kind of size and speed that could run, they create a lot of problems. But for me, I was always up for the challenge, and I was ready for those moments when I got to play against those guys.
Could we ever see you coaching in the CFL at some point?
Absolutely. It got to be the right opportunity. I want to be in the right situation, with having a relationship with whoever the head man is and the guys on the staff. I don't just want to go into something blind, like, a head coach that I might have known throughout my career. And then, everybody else on the staff I don't have a relationship with. So, Hamilton probably would have been an ideal location. But they hired Brandon Isaac. I actually interviewed or kind of talked to Mark about that position. And then also Toronto, I talked to Dinwiddie. So it's some opportunities out there. It's just a matter of having that relationship with the coaches and coming in and being ready to put the work in.
I would love to be able to see you coach in the CFL. I've been calling for it for about a year now for RP to be a head coach at some point. So that'd be crazy to have you and him on one staff together.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That'd be lit.
That'd be lit. But yeah, so I'm going to let you go, brother. I know we both busy today, man, but thank you so much for hopping on real quick, having this conversation with me, man. You're always welcome, and we'll be in touch.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You too, brother.
All right.
What's good, everybody? This is Coach Phil. Welcome to another episode of Deep in the Game. I done lost count of how many goddamn episodes we've done. So just if anybody in the comment section can keep up with how many episodes we on from Milt Stiegel to now, I appreciate you. But he's no longer an op. This guy right here, he shut me the hell up. He's no longer in Skimmelton. He's now in Calgary, Calgary, however the hell y'all say it. We got my man, Matt Schultz. Matt, how you doing, brother?
I'm great, man. Phil, thanks for having me on. I'm super excited to chop it up with you, talk a little bit, and give the fans a little bit of an insight to who I am, who you are, and give me a great conversation.
I mean, we always hear so much about the starters, man. The backups of the guys you got to be scared of, man, because you can't really game plan unless you thorough. Coaches usually forget to plan for the backup, man. I mean, look at the ultimate backup, Tom Brady, and look how he turned out. So, not saying you're Tom Brady, but I'm just saying.
Hey, not many people are Tom Brady. He is one-on-one, but
hey,
strive to be like him.
We all one of one in our own way. It's just unlocking it. Yep. But for you, man, you had a season where we talked about before recording. I talked some shit. I ain't gonna hold you. I said some shit about you, but you shut me the hell up, man. 108 completions off 161 attempts, 1,556 passing yards, and 7 touchdowns. Take us through your process, man. When Bo went down, and you also had to compete with Taylor Powell. Mm-hmm. What was up with that? What was going on this season, man? Before we get into your story,
yeah, it was definitely an interesting season. It was kind of nothing new for me. Like I kind of mentioned before, I'm going into year 8, been 7 years in the league now playing. We had that one COVID year where we weren't playing, but majority of that time's been spent being a backup. And my mentality every single year, go in and compete, earn my role, make an impact on however I can, whether that's on the sideline, in the meeting rooms, with the guys, be that guy that if anything happens to the starter, I can go in, I can play my game, inspire the guys, be a leader, and not let that offense skip a beat. And it was the same exact mentality last year. And Bo, Taylor, one of the best quarterback rooms I've ever been in. Bo's an outstanding guy. Taylor, very bright future, amazing rookie year. Excited to see what he does. And we were great friends outside of the locker room, outside of football, outside of the facility, going to get dinner, having beers, playing golf, doing all that kind of stuff. And for us, that's what cultivates that kind of room as a quarterback. When you have 3 guys that can go in there and play, and 3 guys that played a decent amount of the year, and how we all contributed in different ways to help the team win, I think that's where the magic happens. So when you can put your kind of individual ego below the team success and below what needs to be done to help the team win, I think that's where the magic happens. And that's how I just approach the game. every day, every time in the meeting room, when I'm out at practice, when I'm out film, working out, any way I can help the other guys around me get better, how I can get better from the other guys around me. And that's just been my mentality, and that's how it was last year. So stepping in when Bo went down, I said, here we go again. It's nothing new. I've had to do it in the fourth quarter. I've had to do it in the beginning of the season. I've had to go in and win games at the end. Really every situation that's been thrown at me as a backup, I've had to do it, and I've gone in and kind of done it. And that's what helped me stick around and helped me get out here in Calgary this year. But it was a heck of a year last year. We faced our challenges, but it was fun.
I like that that you said that you check egos. Everybody's ego is somewhat checked a little bit. I mean, and I like a lot of the guys that you have on that offense. The offensive line is crazy. I mean, it's strong O-line, strong defense, which is their Skimilton's bread and butter. But you hear somebody, you have JB. You also have another good backup running back out there who he was carrying. I forgot his name. He was down the stretch.
Thomas Erlington.
He was Jerome Bettis out there. I was like, is this the Steelers am I watching right now? Like, bro was carrying the load out there.
Hey, and one of the best dudes, one of the best teammates and human beings you'll ever meet, ever be around. Anybody that's going to be a teammate of his is lucky to have him. But sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. Shout out. We love shout outs out here. Shout out to him, man.
Yeah.
But you also had JB, you have Tim White, you got Terry Godwin. You got to get the ball to everybody, man. And stepping in when Bo went down, man, I always give credit where credit's due, man. You held your own out there, brother. So hats off to you, man. Well, headband off to you, my brother.
I appreciate that, man. It's you got to make a living, and I've kind of found that as being that backup kind of fringe starter. But in my head, I'm good enough to be a starter. I'm good enough to lead a team. I'm good enough to go out there and compete and play with the best of them. So that's my mentality. I don't want to get it twisted that making a career being a backup, I'm just complacent in that. But I know where my role is. I know where I'm here in Calgary now, and whenever my number is called, if it's called, I'm going to go in there and do everything I can to go be that guy.
So, and before we get into your story, man, I'm going to ask one more question for you, brother. You hear so much in NFL about the term. There was that whole controversy about Cam Newton saying about Brock Purdy, he's a game manager. As a backup quarterback and hopefully one day become a starter, do you take offense to the term game manager, or do people have the media has screwed it up so bad to where it seems like game manager is a terrible thing, but some of the best quarterbacks, as a quarterback, you have to be a game manager. Would you
playing
agree?
Quarterback is managing the game.
Thank you.
That's playing quarterback. So I kind of take offense to it, but I also see the argument of it. So Brock Purdy, West Coast system, what does he have to do? He's has to throw on time, make checks at the line of scrimmage,
right?
Get the ball into his playmaker's hands.
That's
playing quarterback. And he does that at a very, very high level, and they win games. So I don't know how that can necessarily be a knock when he's going out there competing. He's doing what's asked of him at a very high level. And it's hard to stand in the pocket. If you really break down his film and really watch his film, he's standing in the pocket, he's taking hits, and he's putting the ball where the receivers can make those plays, make those catches, and beating defenders. He's human. Every quarterback's going to make a bad throw. Every quarterback's going to miss a read. But if you can do it consistently enough at a high level, you're going to win games, and he's won football games. So that's my thing with that. If you're a quarterback, if you go out and do what the coaches tell you to do, and obviously there's the coaching aspect of it too, with putting those players in the right position to be able to make those plays and game plan and draw up certain plays to unlock your playmakers like Debo, Ayuk, CMC, and then getting Juszczyk involved, Kittle, all those guys, be able to distribute the ball. Oh my gosh, being a tight end in the NFL, quarterback's best friend down there. So, I think he's done whatever he needed to do to win football games. I can't knock a guy for doing that, especially as a quarterback. So,
see, that's the thing, man. Like when now we're talking football, and I like this because I talked with Vernon earlier this week. Shout out to Vernon Adams Jr., man. We talked about some of the principles, and you actually got a chance to play with Vernon too. So we saw Vernon go for over 4,000 yards, man. I think that a lot of us we're so used to quarterbacks putting up 4,000, 5,000, 4,500 passing yards. If you're not doing that, then you're a game manager. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just my view of it. I mean, as long as you don't. You're going to have turnovers. You're going to have mistakes, like you said. But at the end of the day, what we doing? We're trying to get a W. We ain't trying to paint a perfect picture.
Amen. So if you can bounce back from those mistakes, see why you made the mistake, move on from it, And how do you respond to that? How do you respond to adversity? That's like life. And that's why I love football. One of the best teachers for life. If my kids don't want to play football, my future kids, I don't have any right now, but hopefully
Keep it
one
that
day.
way for a while.
Yeah, but if they don't want to play football, that's fine. But whatever sport they play, whatever they do, if they go play clarinet, they're going to be the best dang clarinet player, and they're going to attack that clarinet practice every single day. And they're going to learn some life lessons along the way. So
as long as they play it better than Squidward tentacles on SpongeBob, I'm happy.
Amen.
So, you ready to get deep in the game, brother, and tell your story?
Let's do it.
All right, man. Matthew Schultz. Your mama calls you Matthew, but you let me call you Matt, man. You were born in St. Charles, Illinois, man. Take us through your early life, and the floor is yours, my brother.
Yeah, so I was born outside of Chicago, a little suburb. Born in Naperville, and then moved up to St. Charles, South Elgin area for like elementary school. My last year elementary school, went to middle school out there. Went to high school at St. Charles North High School. Shout out to the North Stars. Craziest thing you'll ever hear. But it was fun, man. I was playing baseball, playing football my whole life. When I got freshman year, played baseball and football. And I was on the B team, freshman B team in both baseball and football. And we had a lot of talent. We were 7A in Illinois, so we had about 2,400 kids in our school, graduating class of 600, 700. So there was a lot of talent there. And it humbles you real quick when you get to that next level from middle school and then kind of that first level of high school, because running around Pee Wee, Pop Warner football, going down to Florida for nationals, all that stuff. Like, you're one of the best athletes on the field. You're just trying to get the ball in your hand and go make a play.
Right.
You start getting into the high school level, and all these kids are good, right? And you're all competing with them. And so freshman B team, running around, trying to make plays, trying to get up to the sophomore level, be a starter. Still not playing as a sophomore. I'm running JV games and Saturday mornings, and with all the varsity guys, the other JV guys that aren't playing. Same thing junior year, not playing. And I really didn't get my break. I was taking reps going into my senior year for my senior year of high school. I was taking reps at receiver because I just wanted to try and get on the football field. So I could always run quick. I could always move, had decent hands. But I just wanted to somehow get on the field. And I really didn't even see football in my plans going into senior year. And our starter at the time, he was playing summer league baseball, and I stopped playing baseball my sophomore year, ran track just to try and get quicker and focus on my running, focus on being able to move, and then trying to make that transition into playing receiver, which helped a lot. And I credit a lot of my speed now to those early track days in high school. But kind of getting towards the end of summer camp with football, so I've been running receiver that whole time. He's in a summer league baseball game. He gets hit by a pitch and breaks his throwing hand with like 4 weeks before the season starts. So I go back to quarterback with like 4 or 5 weeks left, start taking reps, start going, relearning that, and end up becoming the starter because he's still out like 3-4 weeks into the season. So I start those first 3-4 games, I think 12, 15 touchdown passes, going crazy with yards, had my best game, set passing records in the game, like 6 touchdowns, 350 yards, 380 yards. And I end up winning the starting job when he comes back and gets healthy. And he started getting on the field at receiver, running back, playing linebacker, and we make it work. Offense was rolling. We didn't make the playoffs. We were in a really tough conference that year, but that's kind of how my journey started. And it's kind of come full circle seeing that now, but I was really late to the game with recruiting. I didn't really have any huge D1 offers. I had a bunch of D3 offers kind of in the Midwest, some D1 non-scholarship type offers. And at the time, I was in high school. I graduated in 2011. So I'll let all y'all listen and do the math on how old I am right here. You can't see my gray hairs. But, so Butler was making their Final Four runs, those back-to-back years.
Right.
Gordon Hayward, Selvin Mack, all those guys playing Duke, playing UConn. And I was getting some recruiting offers, or some recruiting visits, some offers from some other small D1 schools like Valparaiso, had a preferred walk-on at Northwestern, but they just wanted me to go there and be an athlete and non-scholarship. Northwestern is an expensive school in Chicago. So
facts.
I got, it's crazy expensive. So I couldn't do that to my parents. I didn't really have the money. We were just kind of getting by, a typical middle-class family. So, I sent out a letter. My dad and I would be making recruiting videos for me to send out to schools. So I had to kind of self-recruit myself. And Butler came back. They wanted me to get out on a visit after that senior year. Fell in love with it. It was a great business school, so I studied business. And, you know, I didn't really think at the time I wanted to keep on playing football, but just playing my senior year, not really getting recruited, not really getting any of these big D1 offers and 5-star recruit, 4-star, going to all these passing camps. I didn't have any of that. I didn't really play. I wasn't really involved with any of that recruiting, how it is nowadays. With all those kids, because I coach the kids down in Texas now in my off season, and they're going all these Elite 11 camps and going these 7-on-7s and these Kellys and getting recruited, going on all these visits starting freshman, sophomore year of high school.
Right.
And that was just something so new to me, you know, back in the day. And so I ended up accepting an offer to Butler, D1 non-scholarship, Pioneer Football League, going to school, business school, and same idea. Freshman year, redshirted. Sophomore year, didn't play. Junior year, didn't play. We got a transfer quarterback come in. I actually switched over to DB my junior year just to get out on the football field. So I played all the special teams. I played gunner. I'll get the film for you from my coach back there.
I need that.
It was awesome. It was amazing. So I switched over to DB. Was playing field corner, running on gunner, kickoff. I was fold 7, run down, fold under, go shoot, make a play, and it was fun. It was great. It allowed me to see the game in a different perspective, from a defensive perspective, see how they read things, see how they read quarterbacks, see how they game plan. And that really took my quarterback game to the next level then. I moved back to quarterback then, going into my spring season of my redshirt junior year. So my senior year of school, redshirt junior year of football, won the starting job at quarterback there, and then was a starter for the next 2 years at Butler. And I started out with a pretty good season. My junior year was kind of top towards the FCS and running, total yards, passing, all that stuff. We ran kind of a spread option, and quarterback was running the football a lot. So I'd be having 10, 12, 15 carries a game, probably 25 pass attempts, just kind of distributing the ball and making some plays with my legs. And I ended up breaking my hand my junior year, so my throwing hand. Spiral fracture down in North Carolina playing Campbell. So that put an end to my junior season. And then I kind of lost out on all that junior year scouting, getting on NFL teams' radars. So it was rehab. It was get back in the lab, training room, try and get bigger, get faster, get stronger. Had the job again my senior year through spring ball, and had a decent year. Kind of same idea, finish up towards the top in the FCS and in total yards and that was when Vernon was playing there in Eastern Washington with Cooper Kupp. So we always used to talk about that. And when we were together in Montreal, but Vernon was doing his thing, and I would be checking like, who are these dudes at these different schools? And I would see Vernon up there at Eastern Washington just going crazy, putting up 450 yards a game, running, passing, and throwing up all these touchdowns. And that was kind of cool to come full circle when I landed in Montreal. But I was kind of off the radar for the whole draft prospect stuff, and I got invited to a couple local day workouts with the Colts and the Bears, because the Colts were in Indianapolis. I was from Chicago, so I went to the local workout in Chicago. And in that time, I had workouts with Calgary and with Ottawa in the CFL. So I had a workout in Calgary. It's actually funny. I talked with the coaches and the staff that was there at that workout back in 2000. What would that be? 16, when I was coming out. And they were like, "Man, it was a shitty day. It was snowing. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to watch my language. It was terrible.
No, you good. You can say what you want to.
It was raining, snowing. It was windy. It was a terrible day. And I just went out there, had one of the best like throwing days that I've had. I was just locked in, just ripping it in bad weather. And they're like, "Okay, damn, like I think we got to make a call on this guy." So my agent gets a call and said, "Calgary's like really interested in you. They want to bring you up for training camp, workout, all that stuff, mini camp." It's back when CFL was doing mini camps. We go down to like Florida, Vero Beach, and do these mini camps. And the only problem with that was that the mini camp was the same weekend that I had my Bears workout. So I was like, dang, like I got to make a decision. Do I want to like try and forego the NFL route and just say, okay, I'm going to come down to the mini camp, hopefully make the team there, start my CFL journey, or do I want to try and go the NFL route, try and go through the Bears, hopefully get picked up late round or undrafted free agent, try and get my foot in the door somewhere. So hindsight, should have went to Calgary because they had tons of success and went there. But I ended up going to my Bears workout, had a decent workout, but nothing really came from it. Draft day rolls around, 7th round, didn't get picked. Undrafted free agents didn't get picked, and I was done. I was training a little bit and didn't get any interest then from the CFL. Nothing from the NFL, didn't get signed, and I studied accounting and management information systems, double major, and I did my internships all throughout college. Just with our school of business, we had to do 2 internships. So I had a job lined up with a Big 4 public accounting firm, Ernst & Young, and I was getting ready to go do that in September. And in the meantime, I actually interned with the Indianapolis Colts in that summertime just to try and get my foot in the door for football. Like, I was interning as operations, helping out with training camp. So I was driving around golf carts, waking up, helping out at practices, doing all that stuff with guys that I was kind of competing against, guys that I worked out with at the workouts. Like, it was kind of a surreal experience, and it'll come full circle later in the story. But I did that for the summer, had tons of great connections, met a bunch of great people that I'm still in touch with from the Colts, scouts, former GMs, former coaches, all that. So I'm very blessed to be able to look back on that and have that, for my future. But I started my job at Ernst & Young then in the fall, did my CPA exams, studying for those, working the desk jobs, pushing papers and being an auditor. And I don't wish that on anybody. And no, it's terrible. It's terrible. I need to be out doing something. I can't have that monotony of the same day and doing the same thing over and over again. And I ended up putting my 2 weeks notice in. I reached back out to somebody that I worked at with the Colts, our director of operations, Jeff Brown. He's a great guy, still in the NFL right now. But I said, look, I'm trying to put my 2 weeks notice in Ernst & Young. I want to come be an intern with the Colts, see if I can get in the operations, work my way up, try and get that scouting assistant or get in that coaching world, quality control, and be around football. I missed it. I felt like my calling was there, and praying about it, talking with my mom, and I had to do it. And so I put my 2 weeks notice in, and within that 2 weeks, I had one of my CPA exams. So CPA exam, real quick, for all you people who don't know how the auditing world works, to get your CPA, you have 4 exams that you study like a month long for. It's like a 3-hour exam. You have 4 of them you got to pass within 18 months to be able to get your CPA, to be a certified public accountant. So I passed 2 of them. I passed one of them. I had my second one in that spring of like March, right before I put my 2 weeks notice in. I've been studying for it. I still ended up taking it on that Monday after I put my 2 weeks notice in. I'm like, if I started, I got to finish it. So I put my 2 weeks notice in. I had a CPA exam that Monday or that Friday. I got a call on that Monday after I put my 2 weeks notice in from my agent out of nowhere. Send me a text. Montreal's interested in you. They really want to sign you. They love your film. Mind you, this is a whole year after I've been kind of out training. Like, I was throwing every now and then, working out. I was still working, 60-hour weeks in the office, trying to work out before, after, whenever I could get a workout in, throwing on the weekends or some afternoons or some evenings that I could find some time to get out to the field. So I got a text out of nowhere, said Montreal's interested. I said, what the like? I just put my 2 weeks notice in. I told the Colts I got this job lined up. I'm signed with them. Like, I feel like I had my life worked out, like how I want it to go. And it's like, God's got other plans for me.
That's right.
So I take my CPA exam on that Friday. I sign with Montreal that following Monday. I'm sitting in the parking lot of this office that I was at down in Bloomington, Indiana. I'll never forget. I had to call my guy Jeff at the Colts and be like, look, man, you're never going to believe it, but Montreal, the CFL, they want to sign me. It came out of nowhere. Like, I'm sorry, I can't come work for you in the Colts right now. And he's like, man, I totally get it. Like, we're going to look back on this conversation one day when we're working together in the future, and give me the best decision you'll ever make. You're going to go have a great career up there. Go chase it. Like, this will always be here. So they were super understanding. They knew it, being in football, they understood that I still had that passion, still had that drive to go play and go down to the mini camp, get invited back to training camp, go make the team in Montreal, and the rest is history. So I think it's a testament to what God has for you won't pass you. Even if you kind of might not be on the right track right now, like, God's always going to open up that door and try and get you to where he needs you to be, to try and make an impact, to try and inspire that next generation to do whatever you need to do to fulfill your purpose in this life. So I'm just so blessed, so forever grateful that the whole year out of football, you never know when you're going to get that call. So anybody that's working out, anyone that doesn't have that call, not signed right now, you never know when that call is going to come. So you got to stay ready, so you don't got to get ready.
Don't have your phone on do not disturb. Just be ready for whatever the call is, man.
Yeah. So I ended up being in Montreal in 2017, was there for 5 years, 2 years in Hamilton, and now going into year 8 here in Calgary. So definitely blessed, definitely grateful.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned your time, everything in Montreal, 5 years. That's a long time to be somewhere, man. But I want to hit the spot that we all know we want to talk about, and that's your time in Scamilton.
Yeah, so I got to hear it, man. So,
go ahead.
What's up with Hamilton? What's up with Hamilton? Why don't you like it? I got to hear it. Come on.
You know what? Because it's you. I'll do it, and I'll reel the hell out of this one. So
let's do it.
You ready?
I'm ready.
So here's the funny thing. When I first started doing my reactions, the first reaction I did, like real actual game, second game actually was the 2021 Grey Cup between Winnipeg and Scamilton. At the time, it was Hamilton for me. Now, I actually liked them. I love the defense.
Great defense.
The 2 interceptions, man. Opportunities go back to the crib, man. I was like, man, and they were hosting it. And then when they blew it, I was like, yo, what the fuck? And then I kind of got into like a little spat with some of the Scamilton fans. And I don't know where. Well, actually, I do know where. This is exclusive, so I'm gonna let you know where the Scamilton name came from. You remember when Cam Newton went to Auburn?
Yes.
And it was that big controversy. Oh, his dad got paid and all that, and they was calling him Scam Newton.
Yep. Scam Newton, yes.
Scamilton, Scam Newton, all put together very well.
Hey, those Hamilton fans are passionate now.
I know, and I have some friends that are, Hamilton fans, whatever, but it's them damn trolls that they hide in their mama's house, and they don't go to the games because they can't afford it. So they watch it on TSN and they want to talk shit on Twitter. And I was like, you know what? Fuck y'all. You want beef? I'm gonna show you beef. And it's just how it went down. Now, when I went and saw y'all play against the Riders, I have a clip for you that we talked about, and I found it. And
let's hear it.
You ready to see it?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna share the screen. Can you see?
Yep, I can see it.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Yours truly.
That is a great interception, a one-handed pick. Unbelievable. I just can't deny it.
The mongoose.
Oh my God. No.
Don't rewind it. Oh my gosh.
This signifies it right now. That shit is what has been the last ever since LDC. This is how we've been playing as a defense. That the backup quarterback is rumbling, fumbling, stumbling, and all over the place.
Hey, that's comedy.
No words. I have nothing. If Matthew Shields is running over our defense, his shoulder and running over our defense, we got problems. Hey, nothing against Matthew. Matthew was a good QB. Matthew, he wouldn't be where he is playing professional football. He wasn't like that. But I ain't never seen Matthew Shields run over anybody. Not even a traffic cone. Not even a dummy. And dummies don't move unless you drag them. Let's keep going.
Hey, come on, man. That is too good. Oh my gosh. What's funny about that, man? My phone blew up after that game because that clip was circulating. It was the Angry Runs guy. What's his name that does Good Morning Football? Cal. I think he reposted something or he did something with that. So my phone was blowing up after that, and I saw that clip and I was like, "Who is this dude? Why is he a SAS fan and why is he calling me out like that?" I know it's all love. It's great what you're doing for the game. So I wasn't actually upset, but I was like, I feel like it was a lot of, I'm unfamiliar with your game. I owe you an apology vibe you were sending there. So it's funny that that's come full circle and you showed that to me.
I had to, man. When you mentioned it, I was like, dang, you saw that too?
Hey, hopefully if it happens again now, you're not so shocked. You're not so taken back by it.
First of all, I didn't even know you could run a QB dart. That surprised the hell out of me. I was like, well, dang, I thought who is OC? Now I know Coach Steinhauer is not calling that for Bo. So hey,
right. Yeah. No, it was I think that goes back to my story in those track days and playing at Butler. I was running between the guards, between the tackles, maybe 10, 12 times a game, getting in the cold tub after. So got the right look. I pulled the ball and hole opened up and I said, it's either me or him. And I didn't want it to be me. So it was one way. And that was lower it and probably could have turned the edge, but I tried to go for number 2 with the safety coming down, but I think he saw that and then went down at my ankle. So
what was the look that you got? What was take us through that real quick, man? Football X and O's, man. What was the look you were looking for?
Yeah, it was just it was a read on that play side defensive end. So I could either give the ball on the outside zone, kind of like that jet sweep with our running back, and comes upfield or moves out and takes our running back. I'm going to be pulling it, and I got a guard coming through, kicking out, first linebacker out there and hitting right off his tail and chased upfield. Sure enough, down, around, kick out, hole was right there. Saw the linebacker starting to fill, coming down from the second level, and had to go. Had to do it.
You did what you had to do.
I didn't want to be on the other end of it.
Hey, I don't think anybody want to be on that because I didn't realize you were 6'2", man, 205. Hey,
yeah.
All we had to do was just hit the thigh, just hit a thigh, but no, hey.
I know that's a business decision.
Hey, executive decision, man. Hey,
executive decision, but
check me out though, man. Hey,
yeah.
You got now when you guys went into the playoff game. I know Coach Steinhauer. I've gotten a little more acquainted with how he does things. He likes to go with a two quarterback system at times. You guys played in Montreal. I'm a big fan of their defense, man. You guys went to their crib. What was going through your head, man, when you were named the starter?
Yeah, I didn't really know, what was going to be happening that week. I know they were trying to rest me that last game of the year. Want to get Bo, coming back from injury and get him some more reps just so he can feel comfortable. And I was cool with that. Obviously as a competitor, I want to play, but I understood that they wanted to get Bo some more looks and then get Taylor some action in there too. They named me the starter, and I could have seen it going both ways. We were both playing pretty good football at the time. I think our offense was rolling. We were starting to click at the right time, and I sat down with Scott and sat down with Coach O, and they said they feel like with their defense and need me to kind of use my legs a little bit, run around, because that defense got hot at the right time, and they're a really good bunch, active bunch, mixing up different looks, and just trying to go out there and make some plays. And they were taking away a lot of the stuff that we were wanting to do, and we could just never kind of get it click and never get a few plays together and have a negative play and never kind of string some successful plays together. And that tip ball gets a pick, then they get a field goal right at the end of halftime. It's just like, damn, like points are hard to come by in the playoffs, and you can't have those mistakes. And felt like I was going with the right place with the football. I just got a hand up and tipped up in the air. So it was unfortunate, but it was a tough game, man. And I was looking forward to that, my first kind of start for the playoffs, and want to go out there and prove what I could do, but also know that from our team perspective, like we were counted out the whole season. We started off really slow. We kind of had to scratch and claw our way into the playoffs and kind of hit our stride there. We were banged up, man, on offensive line, DB, everywhere we looked, we were facing injuries. The quarterback room, we were down to our third string with a rookie, and he played really good football for us. So we were all really successful from that perspective, but obviously we weren't successful enough to get the win. And credit to Montreal, they played a great game, and being my old team, I really wanted that one too. But it was a tough one. It was a tough one to swallow, but came back for this year, and facing free agency, signed in Calgary, and really happy to be here.
That's good, man. I'm glad you are in a good position for yourself, man. You got an opportunity. I know Jake is there. You're gonna be
great
playing
dude.
Great dude, man. Offensive weapons with Big Lieutenant and them boys out there, man. A good, strong defense. Now you coming from the East, going to the West now. You doing some LeBron shit where you think it's sweet in the West. I'm gonna keep my eyes out for you, man, and hopefully, I don't want nobody getting hurt, but you get your opportunity and you can do your thing, man. So happy for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. And that's the same thing with me. I want Jake to have all the success in the world. We've talked during this off season after I signed, and same thing with Tommy, Tommy Stevens, who's here too. Just a great dude. Both those guys, great quarterback room, coaching staff is awesome. So I'm looking forward just to working with them, doing whatever I can do, bring whatever knowledge I can to help elevate the people around me. And that's what it's about at the end of the day. So making everybody else around you better and just going out there getting some wins. So to be tough in the East, they're stacked, man. It's gonna be fun though.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Or on the West, sorry, excuse me.
Oh yeah,
shoot,
it's gonna be crazy. See, you fucking up already.
I know. See, you put it in my head, coming from the East, going to the West.
Hey, just take care of all I can say, man, is for you. Before we get into the 5 questions, the only thing I can say for you, man, this season, just take care of that ball, man, and play your game. That's all you can do. Just we talked about the management, but at the end of the day, man, they got an offense where. Let the run game do its thing, man. It'll open up opportunities for you, man. You're going to have some crossing routes your way, and you're going to hit them things. You got Biggleton. You got Malik coming back. You got,
weapons over here. It's awesome.
Oh, disgusting. Now, you ain't got BC's weapons, but you're going to make do. You're going to do your thing, man. I'm excited to see what you're going to do.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited.
You ready for your 5 rapid-fire questions to end it all?
Let's do it.
All right. Now, I see it on Instagram. You a little bit of a cowboy in some ways, man. The cowboy hat, I did my little research.
A little bit. Living in Dallas for the last 6 years or so now, it's gotten to me. Grew up outside of Chicago, so I never really knew about that life, but getting down there, it's fun.
See, when they see this video, man, they're going to hear the Walker, Texas Ranger theme song playing in the intro for you. So I had to throw a little something out there, but I asked that question to say, man, what kind of music do you listen to?
I actually listen to everything. So a lot of country in the summertime. Love my hip hop, R&B. Listen to some alternative, and those are really my three go-tos.
Country wise, what do you like?
Ooh, Zach Bryan. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's a little bit slower, a little softer.
I got country on my phone. What you talking about?
Let's go. Hey, I'm just making sure. What do you listen to?
I like Florida Georgia Line. I like I'm a Toby Keith guy, God rest his soul.
Toby Keith. Yep.
My if I ever could get an intro played for me at in Mosaic or anywhere, they show me some love. Yeah. How do you like me now?
Now that I'm on my way.
You used to think I'm crazy, standing here today.
I love it.
Couldn't make you love me, but always dream about living in your radio.
How do you like me now?
You can't beat it.
Video. You can't beat it. Should have been a cowboy. I feel like that's me moving down to Dallas. Come on. Hey, Eric Church is great. Love Eric Church. I listen to it all.
I actually just downloaded. I had never had a Brad Paisley song in my life on my phone, and it's actually Me Neither.
I don't know that one.
You got it's from 1999. Who Needs Pictures? You got to hear that one. I think I was in Safeway with my son, and we were sitting there bobbing our head like, "Oh, who is this?" And I was like, "Hey Siri, who is this?" Like Brad Paisley. Like, I know who Brad Paisley is now. I ain't too out of touch, but hey, I ain't mad at that. Now, hip hop wise, what you listen to?
I listen to Drake, obviously, Post Malone. I grew up a big Kid Cudi fan. Really? I don't know why. Always loved Kid Cudi, and I never smoked. Like I'm not about that. But like I loved his music growing up. Man on the Moon, one of the best albums of all time. Listen to some 50 Cent growing up. I love Young Jeezy, a little bit of Gucci. Those are my guys there. Yeah. Jeezy, I listen to all. I love Jeezy. Thug Motivation. Oh, great album. Lil Wayne.
Yeah,
Wayne. How did I forget Lil Wayne?
It's Wayne. I mean, come on. You got to have Wayne on there. He said, call me Jeezy Hamilton, riding down Hamilton. Like,
love it.
I love it, man. Are you a movie guy? What type of movies you like?
A little bit. Yeah. So I loved Gladiator growing up. I thought that was one of the best movies of all time. Let's see, Interstellar, Inception, Dark Knight. Love my comedy, Wedding Crashers, Step Brothers, all those Will Ferrell movies that he's in, Talladega Nights, Semi-Pro, hilarious movies. But I try and unwind watching movies. I watch a little bit of TV, but not a lot. There's a few TV shows that I like watching, but if I'm going to watch something, I'd rather just pop on a movie for an hour and a half, 2 hours. But don't really get a lot of time during the season, so it's all my off-season time. I'm watching things.
All right. As a quarterback, what's the first? As a quarterback, when you break out the huddle, what's the first thing you looking for? First advantage you can take.
The play clock. See where we're at. See how much time we have. Before I walk into any stadium, I see where my play clocks are at. Typically in the back right, each end zone. Always looking at the play clock to know how much time we have to go before the snap has to get off. And then I'm looking at in the CFL game or NFL game. It's only 11 guys, so you got to look at the 2 safeties. So see your rotation for your coverages. CFL game, try and find my Sam, my free boundary half. That's who you kind of got to look at with 12 guys, since they can just play even, stick one safety in the middle, play combo coverage, do all the different things, give you different looks. So then from there, you kind of work down to your fronts, go through any of your checks, any of your keys from scouting throughout the week, and kind of visualize the play, what you have going on, and locate your kind of read defenders, make sure you're not going to be getting any pressure, make sure you're not hot, make sure we're in the right play. If we have any alerts or checks, make sure we're all set to go. So it happens quick in the CFL now, 20 seconds, man. It's moving. You got all the motion, everybody moving around, not like in the NFL where you get 40 seconds. You can go up there, get your double counts, get your motion, man zone indicators, see snaps, see rotation. It's different, but it's fun. It was definitely a learning curve for the young guys and for myself even coming up here as a quarterback, but it's fun once you start moving.
Do they really? I'm a big disguise guy when I call defenses. I love disguising things. If you can give an example of like a disguise, what's like the most common disguise that you see?
Yeah, it depends, because every defensive coordinator has their different flavors that they're seeing. But a lot of times with those halfbacks, in the Sam, obviously if the halfbacks are really high, it's going to be some sort of 3 double cut, typically where the corners are low, half high, 3 safeties up in the middle of the field, unless they're robbing in the middle of the field. But they can somehow, a lot of times defenses like to move when we send the waggle. So when those DBs start moving, we like to sometimes in the CFL, use some sort of double count or like a fake waggle, come back so we can kind of get that read before the snap, like how they do in the NFL with either motion or just with hard count stuff. So a lot of times with just with DBs moving, showing pressure, moving away. But at the end of the day, if we're seeing pressure, from linebacker, from Mike and Sam, but there's not really any rotation in the second half or the secondary from that second level of the defense, then we're thinking, okay, they might just be trying to mess with you, trying to think you got to have some field pressure coming, trying to flip your protection so they can bring the Will, who's not showing anything, and then spin the coverage back the other way. So really a lot of times those defenses are going to show through that secondary level because they can only do so much back there on what kind of pressure they're going to be bringing or what kind of coverage they're going to be showing. But it can be really confusing, if obviously like radar fronts or if everyone's just kind of moving around, walking around, you can't really get any pre-snap indicators. So we see that sometimes, and or if everyone's just kind of in a straight line across, but they're not really showing a coverage 0 type look, then they can send the halves back, roll the corners down, send the corners back, roll the halves down, spin a free, spin a half, bring a Sam off the edge, walk a Will out, all those different little things. So, and you can kind of see what fronts line up with the secondary, and tie the front alignment up to any pressures that they might be bringing. So it's kind of like the game within the game, and I love that part of it. So
yeah, I mean, people, and the thing is, like, especially when you see now, you're talking my language. When you're talking radar front, when you talk radar, there's difference between you saw it so much the past couple seasons, man, with the single mug, the double mug, but then you got radar. That's a totally different ball game where like they're more like, I'm in B. I can send both guys, line them in B, and then we got both tackles sitting in the A. Like, hey, we're going to come at you, but if you're a single mug and we slide them tackles over a gap and we got them both sitting right there, you got to be alert, say, hey, one could drop, two could drop, the mic could drop, or the Sam, it all depends. It's a different ball game out there.
All depends. And what's so great about football now, what I love about it, I mean, I've always loved football, but what's so unique about it now is that how athletic the defensive linemen are getting now, especially at the ends and even at the tackles. Like when we were in Hamilton, we had Julian Hauser at defensive end drop back into coverage, and he's getting interceptions 15, 20 yards down the field. So you have these super athletic defensive ends that can now drop out and play hook curl or buzz out to the flat or chase number 3 vertical if he's a fullback or a tight end and run with them. Drop in a zone and bring wills and halves and rotate there and kick out a defensive end. So it's kind of crazy now to see how the game has kind of evolved. And I see that on the offensive perspective too, watching games on Sunday, you know, after our season's over, watching NFL games and taking kind of that cheetah motion with Miami, you know, running cheetah along line of scrimmage, you get him a head start to then almost like hit a waggle down south in football and then run his dagger concept and come underneath with the high guy taken out and ripping those digs in there for Tua. So it's kind of cool to see how the game evolves, see how the NFL kind of takes things from the CFL, how we kind of can take and choose what kind of stuff we want to take from the NFL and kind of see that merge. But I think the CFL just gets a knock just because they're not the NFL. So, but if people really watch the film and really watch tape, they see a lot of similarities, a lot of crossover between the two games, and a lot of really freaking talented players, man, that can play both in the CFL and both in the NFL.
See, if I ever see the cheetah do a waggle into a whip route, oh, he's fucking everybody up.
Oh my gosh. And that's the thing, as a DB, I talk about that with guys I train with down south. There's a lot of NFL guys in our training groups and stuff. But like, if you can play DB in the CFL, if you can cover a guy at halfback, getting a 10-yard head start, a waggle downhill, you can cover him in man coverage. You can play DB anywhere. You can go down south and play DB. That's my thought, right? Like doing what a world-class athlete is doing forward, you got to do that in reverse. I got tons of respect for those defenders.
It's easy to stop a motherfucker when he right in front of you and you can get your hands on him. But when a motherfucker come right at you, your hands, how you press and how you play, you better get your feet under you. It's going to be a long
100%.
day.
Long day. I've never seen anybody do a back pedal running 4-4. You know, you better get those hips turned around and start running.
Shit, you better call for help. Call your mama.
Crazy.
Question number 4, man. I'm going to ask you this right here. Out of all the places you've been, which was your favorite?
City?
Yeah.
Or team? City, I would have to say so far Montreal. Unbelievable city. Food, nightlife, atmosphere, all that. It was amazing. Obviously, you have a different type of culture there with a lot of French speaking, you know, the Quebecois. And when you're there in Old Montreal, I don't know if you've ever been to Montreal, but it feels like you're in Europe. So for me, just coming from the States, never really being out of the country other than some vacations and stuff, you know, down to the island or whatever. I never really saw that. I had never been to Europe. So that was kind of a whole new culture for me. And it was awesome seeing different foods, meeting different types of people, and just being out there walking the street of Old Montreal. It's brick roads. You feel like you're in Europe. And that was really awesome. That's going to be a special place in my heart.
I like that, man. I like that. Last question, brother, and we're going to get up out of here.
Yes, sir.
Who's hit you the hardest?
Ooh. I think it's between two people. So first one, since he's not in the CFL anymore, he's actually in the NFL, Alex Singleton. He was in Calgary. It was when I was here my second year. Came through a blitz and just lit me up. And I got the ball up, but that one hurt. And then I was in Montreal, I think my 4th season. It was whenever Micah Awe was in Ottawa. Came free off the edge, cover 0, had to stay in there. We were down the goal line, smacked me like right in the chest, right under my chin, and my head hit the turf so hard. Oh my gosh. That one I had to take a little time after that one, but either between Micah or between Alice. And I actually saw Mike in the locker room just yesterday, so he was here. So I said, I'm glad you're on my team, man. So we shared some memories about playing against each other, and we'd always chop it up during the games and stuff. But he's a great dude too. So.
Yeah, he is, man. Shout out to Micah, man. I've had him on here, man. Good people, man. Good people. I need 140 tackles from him this season. Oh God,
he's gonna get it. Yeah.
Oh yes. Sir.
Hey, I got a question for you now before we leave.
Go ahead. We're starting to do that more now. People asking me questions. Go ahead.
It's just one though, and I'm just curious because I love what you're doing with the TFL game. Love how you're promoting it. You know, we see a lot of different podcasts with all the little teams popping up. I'm sure Calgary has one, but you know, we got the Waggle with Enoch now. We got, you know, with what you're doing with Coach Phil, and like, how did you get involved in the CFL game? You know, why are you a SAS fan? You know, what's your kind of story? What's your journey if you haven't shared it yet?
Long story short, man, get paid. No, I'm just playing.
Hey,
no, hey,
need that.
Nah. I'm a big student of the game. I love learning different aspects as a football coach. I've been doing it for 10 years. I'm 11 years now. And since I was 18, I've always loved the X's and O's. And I got tired of doing NFL and USFL and getting blocked and boomed left and right. And I was like, well, kind of want to learn about the CFL a little more. I started watching the old games on YouTube, and I religiously fall asleep watching old CFL games. It helps me. I don't know what it is. It's I became so immersed in the CFL that I probably watched. I'm a big Seahawks fan, so I think I probably watched almost every Thursday night football game and every Seahawks game, but that was it. I didn't care. I was so this past season, I was so wrapped up in CFL that I know more now about the CFL. I didn't even care about the draft. The NFL draft.
Right.
So long story short, man, I don't know. It's something about when something's different, while everybody goes right, I go left. And I'm just gonna say it straight up because is we just talking real shit here. I would love to parlay this into, you know, obviously my coaching future, whatever I do. But the funny thing is I know I don't want to do this forever. I don't have like a big ass plan of I want to do this and do this. No, but I know one thing's for certain. I'm gonna be the best at whatever I do within myself. And I've built a lot of really good relationships in 1 year. I want to keep growing on that. And I don't worry about everybody else. I worry about me. And I've gotten opportunities that I know, and I hear it all the time. Let's just be real. I hear it all the time. How did he get this? How did he get that? No, it's literally a lot of hard work. I've spent all off season. Oh yeah, a lot of all off season. I've 100%. Been pumping out content left and right. Everybody was doing baseball, hockey, whatever. I'm like, no, I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna focus on me. I'm gonna learn this game ins and outs. I've watched so much cut ups, read playbooks. I've done it all. And I just want to be the best, and I'm gonna keep doing it. And I've kind of, I don't know. I hope I answered the question right.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. I think that's a testament to it. And what's important is that you're not worrying about what other people are saying, what other people are thinking about. Like, oh, why is this guy doing this? What's his credibility to be on here? You built it, man. You worked at it. You grew it. You did it all, right? And that's what you got to do. You're a pioneer for it, and you're giving something that CFL fans, CFL players never really had before. From what I've seen, and from my 8 years, we never had this. I never had somebody reach out and say, hey, let's sit down on a podcast for an hour, take some videos, chop it up, and really get in the details of it. And I think that's awesome because CFL players, by our nature, I think we are given for that. We know that the fans make our league go round.
Right.
And that I think the majority of CFL players have that little chip on their shoulder that, hey, we play some pretty damn good football up here. I think a lot of people, both down south, even some people in Canada, don't always believe that. And they think it's a second tier league, second tier athletes, second tier players. But there's a lot of good talent up here, man. And I think it's cool what you're doing, trying to get to know the people underneath the helmet and also be able to talk some football in the process. So
that's what it's all about, man. And I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming on and your kind words, man. Hey, like I told everybody, man, hey, I took a Stone Cold Steve Austin approach to shit. I set the world on fire in 96, and there's gonna be a lot more in 97. Well, damn it, 2023, I did pretty good. 2024, I'm gonna blow this motherfucker away, and I want to see you do your thing this year when the time comes. Tommy and Jake, watch out. It's all love for y'all, but man, your time is coming. You still got about a good 5-6 years left in you, man, before it's all said and done.
Yep. Yes, sir.
You're gonna be a late bloomer.
Ready to go. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me on, man. It was awesome.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And that's going to be another episode of Deep in the Game. We might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Everybody take care. Matt, you know where to find me, brother.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna tell you the truth.